Testing.
Well, Cheiki. Ne hakin go kiawe. Ne hakin yawe. Minda to kalala ka koki. Ma to tsana mingi Myaamiaki. Mawe pia yangwe. Uaha Myaamiongi. Shawanongi. Myaamia mission Napondakoningi. Well, greetings, everyone, and welcome to the 10th biennial Myaamiaki conference here on the ancestral lands of both the Myaamia and Shawnee peoples, and at Miami University. Can't forget Miami University, our partners. Te pewe e shitehean e neola ka koke uaha nungi ka kikwe. Kinwalanisia, Wainswiana ni la Myaamia Meehtohseeniwinki. It's good to see you gathered here today. My name is Daryl Baldwin, and I'll be serving as your host. Let's see. I want to, first of all, welcome all of you guests, but then also all of our virtual participants. It looks like we have about 295 in-person registered and 73 online, and I believe we have our online cameras working. Is that correct? All right, I got a thumbs up on that. So we are live. Well, really, before we get started here, I'd like to just take a moment and ask our singers to come up and welcome you all with a song. Come on, help me out here. Myaamiaki iayane means going to the Miami homelands. So we love coming back to the homelands. This is where our deep history is. And that song is not only to represent that connection, but the beauty of the land. The song talks about the rivers and the forest and all of the things that our ancestors had that we still have today. Yeah, it probably looks pretty different than when our ancestors were here, but it's still the homeland. It's still where our roots are at. And even though we reside in Oklahoma, and Oklahoma is becoming important to us over time as more generations come along, the homeland can never be replaced. And so being able to do this work in our homeland has very special meaning to a lot of us. The Myaamiaki, first of all, a couple of housekeeping things. I guess we got to get to the really important stuff. So if you're new to here, the restrooms are out and around the corner. We did leave a little bit of extra time between the presentations. So if you need to get up and get something to drink or go to the bathroom, feel free to do that. And we've got presenter tables over here on this side, and we also encourage you to visit our artists, our community artists. We do have some time built into the schedule, both right before lunch and right at the end, if you want to spend a little bit more time speaking with presenters. But as the presenters give their presentations, they'll be available at the tables. The reason that we do that is so that we don't get interrupted with question and answers in between, that we can keep a free-flowing motion going. And then also the last important thing, if you have cell phones, please make sure they're on mute. And that includes me. Yes, I'm on mute. We're good. All right. The Myaamiaki conference really is a moment for many of us to pause and celebrate our accomplishments over the last couple of years. The conference is designed to highlight for the general public our most current research and developments within the Myaamia Center. I hosted the first Myaamiaki conference in 2004 and every consecutive one since then. The amount of growth and expansion that has emerged in support of our efforts to revitalize the Myaamia language and culture since that time is quite astonishing to me. It reminds me what is possible when we commit resources towards a shared vision and then work together to achieve common goals. I'm looking forward to what the future holds for this work and excited to introduce such a talented group of presenters today. Our partnership with Miami University has never been stronger. Neepwandingi, which means sharing with each other, learning from each other, has long been the expression we use for this unique tribe-university relationship. The Miami tribe and Miami University together kindled a fire in 1972 with no way of realizing what the outcome might be. That fire is represented in the circle that appears in our Myaamia Heritage logo. It is our collective responsibility to tend that fire so it remains strong. We must never take for granted that things will be as they are. It takes input, it takes participation, it takes commitment. Many of you in this room have contributed in both small and large ways, and I extend my respect to you. For those of you who are new to this relationship and effort, my hope is your takeaway from this conference is that our tribal nations are still here and vibrant. We are a living people with the past, not a people from the past. The efforts of the Miami tribe are known here on campus and regionally. What many may not be aware of is that tribes across the country are working equally hard to preserve their unique languages and cultures. In 2015, the Myaamia Center became the institutional home for a national program dedicated to working with tribes across the United States to support capacity building efforts for the creation of community-curated archives that directly support language revitalization efforts within their own prospective communities. That program is known as the National Breath of Life Archival Institute for Indigenous Languages. In 2019, with the support of the National Endowment for the Humanities and Andrew W. Mellon Foundation, we launched our first ever apprenticeship program within National Breath of Life. Several apprentices from this program have been here on campus for a portion of the week, visioning a future for their work, revitalization and efforts, and they're going to be sharing that with you in our first session. All of our presenters here today bring with them a passion for preservation and a commitment to invest in their communities in ways that sustain our future as tribal nations. I'm honored to be embedded within this effort and to serve my community as the executive director for the Myaamia Center. To all of the Myaamia heritage students, I say Newe, thank you for being here and believing in the future of your tribal nation. To your parents, grandparents, aunties, uncles, many who did not have the learning opportunities this younger generation has, Newe for supporting your youth. They will lead our nation someday, and that future has never looked brighter. I also want to personally thank our tribal leaders who are present here today. Our Miami tribal leaders play an important role in this effort. We simply would not be able to do what we do without their direct support. I'd like to introduce Akima, Chief Doug Langford. Minohsayaki Akima, Second Chief Dustin Olds, was not able to be here today, but I wanted to acknowledge his support. Myaamia First Councilperson Tara Hatley. Minohsayaki Second Councilperson Scott Willard. Oh, there's Scott back there. And Achimwa Councilperson and Secretary Treasurer Danya Williams. Mishinewe Piaikwe. All right, how we doing for time? I don't want to get too far ahead. Yep, we're looking good. So if our first panelists want to go ahead and come on up, and while you're coming up, National Breath of Life has been pretty near and dear to my heart. I've been involved in the origin of this program, which began in 1996 at the University of California, Berkeley, called Breath of Life, dating back to either 1999 or 2000. And at the time, it is and still is the only national program that focuses on helping communities build capacity for archives-based work. And so this first talk is, maybe for many of you, a glimpse into that program and the significance and importance of it. And I was really honored to have our guests here from various tribal nations, and so we'll let them introduce themselves.
Jala Dane Khonashi, Shidu Jerome Viles, Shea Met Sequechet Dane Nashli, Chanchifin Dan Sasta, National Breath of Life Archives Development Trainer Nashli. Hi everybody, I'm Jerome Viles. I'm a Siletz Indian from Oregon. I live in Eugene there and work remotely for the Myaamia Center for National Breath of Life, and I'm the Archives Development Trainer.
Jerome is taller than me, so good morning. My name is Gabriela Pérez Báez. I have been co-directing the National Breath of Life alongside Daryl for quite some time, and so we'll tell you a little bit about what National Breath of Life has been doing since 2010, 2011, but mostly we want to give the floor to 5 of the apprentices who are working in National Breath of Life at the moment. doing archives-based research for the revitalization of their communities' languages. So let me jump right into that. So the work that we're going to be presenting to you has received support from many different sources, so we want to acknowledge those. The apprenticeship program that you'll hear about today is funded partly by the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation, as well as the National Endowment for the Humanities. And past work has been funded also by the National Endowment for the Humanities and the National Science Foundation for many years. Most importantly, none of this would be possible without the sharing will of the Miami tribe of Oklahoma, so Mishinauwe. There are other institutions that have contributed significantly. Of course, the Myaamia Center, the Miami University, the Smithsonian Institutions, which is where I started my involvement with the National Breath of Life, and the University of Oregon, which is the institution where I work at the moment. As well as several archives, the National Anthropological Archives, the National Museum of the American Indian, and the Library of Congress. The mission of the National Breath of Life is to work with language communities to build capacity around methods of archives-based research, specifically for language revitalization purposes. And this is mostly for communities whose languages reach the point of dormancy or near dormancy, and the revitalization is starting from that point onwards. We think about this process in analogy with the process of basket weaving, where you have to gather materials, you have to process the materials, and then you have to weave them into a purposeful basket. We started out as a group. The collaboration with Daryl and with the Myaamia Center started out in the gathering process, or the phase, where community members are facilitated through the process of getting to the archival materials, and that's where the partnerships with the various archives emerged. But that takes a certain amount of time, and once there's enough materials and archival materials in the community, those materials need to be processed. And that process is really protracted and very complex and requires a lot of attention to detail. At the time when the Myaamia Center had developed the Miami, Illinois Digital Archive, it became very clear two things: that the community archivists who we were interacting with were coming into Breath of Life with much more developed skill sets, and also that they were reaching that point where they had too many materials and not a good method to process them. So if you think about coming to the archives and being presented with 30, 40, 50 boxes of archival materials, analog, pencil on paper, where do you start? How do you keep track of that work? So very graciously, the Miami tribe of Oklahoma shared the technology of MIDA, and we turned it into what is now the Indigenous Languages Digital Archive in collaboration with Jerome and his brother Carson Viles, as well as J.C. Hall, who were working on archives-based research for the revitalization of Nuweya. Fast forward to today. We have software that we're able to offer to communities. We can provide the training, and that's Jerome's focus. And we're at the moment in this smack in the middle of the processing phase, providing a framework and support for community researchers to take the time to do that very detail-oriented process. Moving forward, we will be developing a Module 3 approach to weaving, and we're actually already engaged in discussions with the apprentices to learn from them, Nepondingi, right? To learn from them about what that phase will look like. But for now, we will focus on what this apprenticeship has been. Jerome will tell you a few words about that.
Yes, so, uh-oh. So we had been running workshops every couple of years for folks, and they lasted 2 weeks or a week long, and we really realized that communities need longer-term engagement in partnership with us. So we, in 2021, moved to a model where we provide direct support in terms of funding and ongoing training to 12 apprentices from 10 communities around the country. They've worked on a variety of projects, both archival and dictionary-based. Everyone comes into this work at very different places in that process. And so they've all been working on some aspect of building a digital archive using ILDA, or building a dictionary, or doing really hardcore transcription projects of their archival materials. We're nearing the end of that program right now. We wrap up our pilot apprenticeship this fall. And one thing we've struggled a little bit with not having in-person workshops is that everyone is working on their own. I get to talk to everyone, but they don't talk to each other. So we've taken the opportunity this week to bring everyone together, be together for a couple days before the Myaamiaki conference, and then let everyone attend this together. So it's been a really great experience getting to know all of our apprentices. I just want to tell them how wonderful and inspiring they are to me as someone who does this work. Much like I get inspired by the Miami Tribe of Oklahoma's work, I'm inspired by all of these people too, and feel so privileged to work with all of you. I think we've talked enough, so we'll start asking our apprentices questions and spend the rest of the time just having a conversation. I think first off, we will just ask folks to introduce yourselves, say where you're from, your community, and just tell a little bit about your community's language revitalization context.
Shela, Shukhagia, Bo Johnson, Nashi, Select's tribal member, Nashli, Select's and Sasta Hichu. So I work on the same language as Jerome, where it's from Southern Oregon, and we were moved up north to Siletz, Oregon, where I live now.
Maraweka na naniat sa Cape Peewaalia Briner na se namawaipa koima ada naisha dene na se Dalton naita. My name is Kate Peewaalia Briner. I'm Kiowa, Comanche, and Apache. I currently work on Comanche language, but also support Apache and Kiowa as well. And we are in this situation where we have about approximately 5 first language speakers and about 20 people who can hold a conversation, sustained conversation. And so this work allows us to move the pendulum the other way, and we've already seen the impacts of that. So, Eda.
Tak. Tai estas Luis and Kishluami, Jamie Lentnas, na kukwesma, Hannes noch Tliis. Hey everybody, good to see you. My name is Jamie. I'm a Coos person. My heritage language is Hannes Coos, but our community has 3 languages: Millet Coos, Hannes Coos, and Shayushtla Ulkoyich, a language shared by 2 ethnic groups. So the name is long. Our languages have been dormant since the 60s or 70s.
Yam ketame netwanya ne sitlali arvisu nonecha tongvetom pipimarom koi kumiai koi nawa nehinkem ha huyona yekime hurupave koi hotukna. My name is Sitlali Arvisu, and I'm from the Gabrielino Tongva and Degenyo Kumiai and Nawa people. My ancestors Huyonat, and then my people come from the village of Hurupanga and Hotukna. The Gabrielino Tongva are the indigenous people of the Los Angeles Basin, and our territory includes 3 counties and the 4 Southern Channel Islands, all of the Los Angeles Basin. We haven't had a speaker for many, many years, and so we're in the process of reawakening our language. Thank you.
Oise wapini, Terry Hinesley, nitai kopi, wapakomisi no chipia, no ki sani tieko, ni teta, sawanwanila. My name is Terry Hinesley. I'm a tribal member of the Shawnee tribe, and our, of course, we're located in Oklahoma currently, but we have tribal members all across the nation, and our language program is, we're currently offering classes remotely. So that allows our language to get back into the mouths of our people who are all across the country. And this work that we're doing here with the National Breath of Life is allowing us to create our archives and an online database that's accessible to all of our students and citizens. And it's really crucial in supporting the work that we're doing. When I talk, I don't remember what I said, so I'm not sure if I mentioned, but our program is open to all three of our tribes. They're open to Shawnee tribal citizens, Eastern Shawnee, as well as absentee, and we have students from all three of those. So I'm really excited for our program and then our internship or apprenticeship here with Breath of Life. Anyway.
Thank you. And maybe we can then backtrack and start with Terry and ask you what kinds of language materials are available to your community, and what has your apprenticeship focused on? What has been the process? What is your support team like? So we'll start with Terry.
I should have wrote all those down so I can remember what she asked. As far as our language materials go, of course, we have access to quite a few documents and dictionaries that have been created over the time. We have first-person material that's been created from speakers over the years. We've had different, I guess, reiterations, if that's the right word, of our language program. We've had many different ones with different people providing material and instructing. We have access to those materials. We have current first language speaker who is helping us and providing material. We're constantly getting more material for our program from him. So sorry, I can't remember all your questions.
I think the next part was, what is your apprenticeship project focused on so far?
So for myself, the primary portion of the apprenticeship is focused on dictionary creation and building. We have done quite a bit of work in building archives. So we have a lot of our material that's been transcribed and put into the ILDA archive database. However, what I do myself is primarily dictionary creation. So we're taking curriculum from our classes, we're inputting vocabulary and language from that and putting it into our dictionary. We're looking at everyday situations, things that people would say in their daily life, putting that into our dictionary, expanding out into different type of concepts that people are thinking about that they might want to be able to reference but hasn't been used in classes yet. And we're also working on putting all of our different versions of previous dictionaries into it as well. It's all quite a big process, so we're focusing primarily on classroom content, but I'm also able to work on sliding in a lot of this other material that had been previously documented. So my goal is to have, at some point, everything that we have access to in the dictionary. So it's going to be a constantly evolving dictionary. I don't think in my opinion, it should never be finished. We may at some point get through all the material, but while we still have speakers, there's always more to contribute with. And was there one more question?
Yeah, perhaps just understanding what the support team is. So who,
So our support team, we have our National Breath of Life support team. Primarily for myself, it's Jerome Viles over there, providing guidance on how to navigate and work with the software. They also have a tech team that's very helpful in being able to help tweak the software for our needs. And then also our language program, we have that's my support team as well. We have our director of our program, Joel Barnes. We have our linguist, Anastasia Miller Yost. We have another linguist working with us, Carl Schaefer. He's been very instrumental in helping with the archive portion of ILDA. And then, of course, I'd say most importantly, we have our fluent speaker, which is George Blanchard. And we also have quite a few other people on our language team that is always around to help support.
Thanks, Terry.
Taking in everything he said. Well, for my tribe, I'm focusing right now on materials from John P. Harrington, reels. I'm inputting into the archive, the ILDA database, the materials which no one has done, no one has processed. There's several reels that include hundreds of pages of documentation, and I'm trying to process all of that, which is giving us a better understanding of and helping us format our curriculum. We have a curriculum and a dictionary already, but nothing is digitized by any means. Also, it's very helpful for our community because there has been a long-standing concept amongst our community. There was a big intimidation about the institutions that held the data, the actual archives, and so a lot of our community did not feel they could access that material, and so that's changed for us. And so right now my team or my support includes, we have a language committee, a couple of dozen people that really give a lot of input into anything I have questions about or any decisions that need to be made. We've created a modern orthography, so most of my work is surrounding transcribing everything into our modern orthography. And we also, I usually meet once a week with the linguist, Pamela Monroe, and there's about a handful of elders from my community that if I have questions about, sometimes the linguist and I don't see eye to eye about a lot of things, and so I have to go to my community and talk to them about it and then circle back around, but that's the majority of my work right now.
Thank you.
Okay. I realized after I passed the mic that I said I was Coos, like we're a big famous nation or something, but I'm a member of the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians, and we're based on the Central Oregon coast. So our team is, I'm the apprentice, and then we have two, excuse me, wow, you really have to be close to this thing. Okay, we have two linguists in our tribe, Patty Whereat-Phillips and Anna Helms, and then there are a couple of academic linguists in Oregon that have worked on our languages and have worked with us, have supported our educational and archival efforts. And so before the apprenticeship started, our linguists had done the, gathering materials from different institutions and had begun the process of transcribing a lot of those materials. My apprenticeship has focused on carrying forward the work of transcription. I've been doing it for like 2 years now, and almost all of that time has been dedicated to transcription. We have, we have records of songs and stories and things that are kind of less central to, the word lists and that kind of stuff is for the most part fully transcribed at this point. So my work has kind of shifted into trying to make the data more useful to us in the future. We put off including modern orthography. We call ours our learners orthography. We put off including that in the spreadsheets because we were still developing the orthography, but we feel pretty settled on our system for the time being at least. So my latest project has been going back through all of the spreadsheets that I've transcribed over literal years and adding the modern writing forms, which will be great because it'll expand, even if it's just removing an accent on 3 vowels or something, it just makes it that much more approachable and usable for learners. So it's not just a tool for academics and teachers. Hopefully learners will be able to make use of it as well.
All right, so for Comanche, we've had, gosh, I'm apprentice number 4, I think. So we had some change, and then I was kind of mentoring our apprentices along with Jerome. And so with the political issues that we've had in the last year, we have taken our nonprofit, which is the Comanche Language and Cultural Preservation Committee, outside the tribe again, which has been doing the work since 1993. And so we're in a unique position where we have almost way too much stuff. Our elders had been recording everything that they did as they created our dictionary. So we have like 10 and 12 speakers talking about the language on video. We have videos that they made for the home, videos they made for preschool. We have, I don't know how many hundreds of hours of audio that they had done. We have stuff all over the country. So what I'm doing is I kind of think of it as like a second gathering process and kind of going through what we have, digitizing things, because if you don't know, CDs and DVDs have a shelf life, and we've come to the end because in 25 years ago, the process for digitization was put it on a CD. And so we're coming to the end of the shelf life of those items, and so it's kind of a race to digitize that material, and we already have things that will not digitize. So we'll have to find those original sources again. So I've been going through that, going over the previous apprentices' work, double checking things. We had a 5,500 word list that the elders made for the language committee as a dictionary, and so we were able to put that into the dictionary. And my stuff is really student driven, what they want to see right now. And so going back through the dictionary and doing the high frequency words first. On the archive side, we've been putting things like hymns and songs that people want to learn, and they can go in there and learn it line by line. And then our charter school. So we have things like the Pledge of Allegiance. And we're the first tribally sponsored charter school in the nation. And we're required to say the Pledge of Allegiance once a week per state law, but the state law does not determine which language we can say it in. So the very first thing I ever put into the archive side was the Pledge of Allegiance. And our kids sound like first language speakers when they visit. They've been visiting with Morris and Tamakera in the archive. So, and my support team is really awesome. Jerome and the National Breath of Life team is wonderful. And then we have a really wonderful core group of people in Comanche Nation that support this work and come in and volunteer and even do citizen transcriptions. So I think that's it.
As far as resources, we're lucky enough that we're working on a northern dialect of our language, And so we already have a lot of work done on the southern dialect, and we can kind of bounce off of that. The Tolowas down there in Northern California, I have a fluent speaker and a family that speaks really strongly, and so we can bounce ideas off of them. We're sister tribes, and we have the same worldview and the same dances and stuff like that. And so the way we make sounds in the language, the words might be a little different, but we conjugate our verbs the same, and we put together our sentences the same. So that's really helpful working in the northern dialect. And then for me, I'm kind of in a unique situation where I'm lucky enough to where the fellow that runs the apprentices, works on the same language as me and lives close enough that, when I get confused, they're talking about working from home and being kind of, lonely work, and it's overwhelming. I'll get overwhelmed, and I'll just drive over, hour and a half or whatever and sit down with him, and he lets me come into his house and speak with his kid and his family, and so I'm lucky that way.
Thank you all for that. We're blowing through time. I think we'll just ask y'all one more question, and you can kind of popcorn this one, whoever wants to answer. But we're just wondering if you could talk about a couple highlights of the work. So you've all been doing it a couple years. Is it something you found in archival materials, an experience you had with somebody, sharing something, just any aspect of the work that's like a highlight to you in the last couple years?
For me, it's just like, it kind of brings me back to why I started learning language. The first time I go to ceremony and dancing, and we have those prayers in between our songs, and I had my first time dancing was such a strong experience for me, and then I wanted to know what those prayers are talking about, and I want to know not just how to translate them, but what why they're being said and the deeper meaning there. So working on the language for a few years, you slowly pick stuff up, and you're getting better, but sometimes you don't realize. And then after COVID, because we didn't dance for 2 or 3 years there, and then just going back and being able to kind of understand some of that was big for me.
I think for me, it's with the issue of audio and video. I can be going somewhere like to a powwow or going to see the kids at the school, and somebody will stop me on the street, even if they don't, I don't know who they are, and they'll say, "Hey, I go to the dictionary every day to hear my grandma's voice. I go and I tell all my family and I share it," and we all do that. And so the fact that people are finding a connection and visiting with people who aren't here anymore, I think is the very definition of that connection. I also think we have Comanche 4Rs, which is reciprocity, relationship, redistribution, and respect. And the highlight for me is to see the Myaamia people embody that in what they do. And it's a standard that I now have for what I want to see in my community. So, for that.
Yeah, a lot of highlights. It's work I'm really passionate about. I think a couple things I wanna mention are working with the archives for me has been really meaningful in terms of exposure to kind of a historical culture, and just kind of getting a small flawed lens into a worldview that has changed a lot. That has really meant a lot to me. The intertribal cooperation has been another big one. We have people, heritage speakers and learners of different languages in different tribes in Oregon, and so as well as closely related languages across tribal lines. So collaborating on education and the archival work has been really great, coming together on language work and seeing that that's something that people really care about. That's been great. Yeah, that's all I'll mention for now.
I think a couple of highlights for me have been just very personally the speaker whose documentation I'm working on, Jose de los Santos Juncos, also known as Quinn. He reminds me a lot of my male relatives, and it's just very interesting. I feel very connected with him as a speaker, so going through the documentation is, there's a lot of times that I kind of get like very connected and feel like he's there. So that's a very special, I think it's a very special thing. I don't really know. I think they're the only ones that can really understand that for me. But the other thing that's been very important for my community is that we've been able to, we're a densely populated area, they're very urban. Our land does not look the way it used to, but because of that, a lot of our springs, which were very, very important, our natural springs have dried up, and our rivers are cemented, so we've been able to identify a lot more of the locations of where those springs have been through the documentation. And also, we've been able to add and confirm. We knew of these villages, but now we have additional confirmation of about 25 more villages. So that's been something that's really important for us as a community.
For me, sorry. For me, I'd say there's two highlights that I'll talk about. The first one is personal, being able to be immersed in the language and be able to kind of, from the dictionary building, dealing with so many aspects of words and then trying to think of connected words to enter into the dictionary. You really get to see how the words mean what they mean. You get to see the building blocks of it, and just to see how the structure of our languages has been, it's been very, I can't find the word, so I'll say good. It's been very meaningful. But then the other highlight that I'll talk about is being able to see our students and then other community members who are accessing the dictionary, being able to see them have access to the language beyond, that they can get kind of on their own in conjunction with speaking with people and teachers and students and classmates, being able to see their personal growth that's available and see them actually using it and beginning to understand it as well. That's been a really key takeaway from it. It's pretty amazing, and I'm excited to see much more language growth within our communities.
Well, thank you so much for sharing, each of you. You know, I get to hear your stories and see your work all the time, and I have so much pride to be able to share that with you, just so blessed to be able to share that with you, and really happy to see you share it with other people too. It's really amazing work that you're doing. Just want to say thank you, Missionewe, to the Miami Tribe of Oklahoma, all of you here. You know, you're supporting this work through the Myaamia Center, and that's a huge thing. You know, we talk about the tribe university partnership being unique. I think a tribe supporting this sort of national effort is also unique. And just really we raise our hands in the Northwest to say thank you, but big Missionewe, we're really thankful to be here sharing with you this weekend.
Not anymore.
Sorry.
Feel free to move around a little bit. We'll get started right on time here in about 10 minutes. You have to kind of really get on top of the mic. If you prefer to use one of those, feel free.
So do I need to pull it up and everything?
I think so.
So we need to download ours because it has to be done through.
You want me to grab Jonathan?
He knows.
I thought they submitted. You guys submitted all your stuff.
We did, but it can't be done through Google Slides. Remember, we have to be on. So
Oh, I
it's.
see.
I think we're good.
You sure?
Yeah.
So say, do you want to black the screen out while you're figuring it all out?
I don't know how.
Or? Oh.
See, is it gonna? Perfect. That's all I needed. We're good.
Still living in the 20th century here.
You're the at least fifth person to tell me that.
Me sitting and cutting, I'll just like stand here.
Check, check, testing, testing. I don't know, it's better, do you think? Yeah.
Is it on? How do you turn it on and off? Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah? would be a new development for that program.
Yeah.
Nothing to stop us from doing it.
Right. Yeah, you know, I was talking with Susan. She asked about at the Tulsa, or maybe Tracy, but asking at the Tulsa conference, like, were there any questions or anything? And what stood out to me was the question about, like, if you're someone trying to work with multiple tribes at the same time, how do you sort of apply this work? Like, everyone has different definitions, and it really got me thinking about, like, well, what we're doing is we're building the infrastructure for this tribe.
Right.
Imagine if that was done with the other tribes. And that it would be almost like a seamless thing then. You'd have the surveys, you'd have everything in place, but right now it's just we're not there.
So National Breath of Life is the same way. Our model is going to get applied differently in each of these communities, and they're going to connect to that model in different ways. And that's exactly what they're doing now. So it's more about, here's the tools, you rearrange them, rework them,
Right.
adjust them so it works in your conditions.
I spoke with Danya about the Wellness Center.
Yeah.
And she said there's no cultural programming.
I know. See, think how much money, collaboration, build a building, put some exercise equipment in it, and call it a wellness center and walk away. I don't. That has been going on in Indian country for far too long.
Yeah.
And we do it. I mean, our own tribe is like, yeah, okay, we're on board, and we don't even think about. And you know, the government wants to push money out because at the end of the day, they want to say, well, Indian country, don't complain to us. We've given $6 billion in the last 50 years or whatever it is.
Well, she said because there are 8 tribes involved, whose culture do we teach? It's like all of them. Like,
And I've been trying to plant the seeds in Shea. In our reservation, that's our reservation. The language of the land is Myaamiaki. End of story. In the schools, in the daycares, everywhere. That's our reservation, that's our language. If you're a Wyandotte kid, you don't like it, then move to Wyandotte. I mean, really. So you got to really kind of take a stand for your own people in your own reservation.
on your land.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Good. We got a couple minutes yet. I think this works out. We tried this platform a while ago. We set up speaker tables. And people can kind of get up and move, sit down. They can be focused for 50 minutes, and then they can get up and focus for 50 minutes. It seems to work really well.
I think, yeah.
All right, we're going to get started in about 3 minutes.
I like this sound too. Is there someone after us?
There is one more.
Before, yeah. I mean, I can imagine singing with 3, just boom, boom, boom. Right. Be a
Without
lot.
breaks.
Yeah. Without breaks. So we're not taking like Q&A.
No.
That's what the
That's what
table
your
is for,
table
yeah.
Okay. So we can just say that if you have questions.
Yep.
Come talk to us about it.
We're also
check
going to
us
make a
out.
plug for our alumni research.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Because nobody's stopped by to do it yet. Well, it looks like there might be one person right now. Nobody's stopped by to do our. We're doing like testimonials where they're recording themselves saying like their favorite memories of the heritage program.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody's done it. So I'm gonna make a plug. Although there's really not that many alum here.
So if Brandon ended up making it?
No, I got an email from him. He couldn't make it. Something came up on his end.
Well, when you're a student, it's what's going to happen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, if you can find your way to your seats, we'll get started with our next presentation. Chingwe below.
I think it'd be funny. She's here, right? Yeah. Somewhere.
Well, I'm really excited about this next presentation, and I want to take a moment to thank our National Breath of Life team. We've been involved in wellness research for some time. A lot of times we don't make the connection between language and culture revitalization and wellness, but hopefully this next presentation will change your mind on that. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Haley Shea and Dr. Paul Branscombe, who serve on our Milonweeyoni Acquisition and Assessment team.
So we're going to share with you, as Daryl mentioned, we've been working on this wellness model for quite some time. But before we do, I'm going to make a shameless plug. Our team is also in the process of speaking with the alumni of the Heritage Award program. So if you are a current alum, well, I guess an alum of the program, our table is back there. Susan, Tracy, Rave, stop by and just see what ways you can engage with our team. So we're going to talk a little bit about the development of Meehtohseeniwinki, our Myaamia Living Well model. Before we do, neither of us have any conflicts of interest, but our work is support for this research is provided by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and the views expressed here do not necessarily reflect the views of the foundation. So Aanchtaakia ki shikoh kwawinswa ne hinila Myaamiaki. Hi everyone, my name is Haley Shea, and I am a citizen of the Miami tribe of Oklahoma. I said it's good to see you all here today. So I currently work as a research associate at the Myaamia Center, and I serve as the director of the Office of Assessment and Evaluation. You know, I grew up attending our tribe's camps, basically. I didn't really know what it meant to be Myaamia for the first portion of my life. Always heard stories and knew I was Myaamia, but that really solidified first when I attended camp when I was in 2005. I would have been like 14-ish at the time. And through that experience, I saw there were these students at Miami University, and I wanted to be like them. So I came to Miami University as an undergraduate student. I studied psychology and Spanish. And at that point, I knew that I wanted to do something to give back to the tribe because the tribe had done so much for me. And so I spoke with some folks here at the center, with Daryl, with George, and was encouraged to do something that could stand alone, but that I could also give back to the community, and nobody really knew what shape that would take. But I ultimately pursued a PhD in counseling psychology from Iowa State University in Ames, Iowa. Studied cross-cultural mental health. I did my dissertation on the impact of Myaamia storytelling on living well. Came back to Miami for my doctoral internship in the 2018-19 school year. And then after graduation, came into this role as a research associate at the Myaamia Center. So I work half-time here, and then I also have a private practice providing therapy services in Cincinnati, Ohio. And you know, I will talk a little bit more about the history of my team, our office, but this work provides tangible feedback to the center and the tribe about how our educational programming in the tribe benefits Myaamia citizens. So I will pass it on now to Dr. Paul Branscombe.
Thanks, Haley, for that. So my name is Dr. Paul Branscombe, and I'm a faculty member here at Miami University in the Department of Kinesiology, Nutrition, and Health in the Public Health program. I'm not a member of the tribe, but I was welcomed in by the group in 2021 when they were starting this project and looking for someone with expertise in survey development and survey design. And so I'll just briefly say that I knew coming into this project it wasn't going to be something that I could just easily slide into like other research projects and research teams I've worked with in the past. I knew it would take time to build trust with the center and the team, and really try to understand from a cultural perspective what it was that they were trying to accomplish. And so, as you'll see today, in our presentation with the survey development, we knew going into this, or at least I did, this wasn't gonna be looking at existing surveys about health and just putting in Myaamia words. This was really gonna be, especially for me, unlearning what I sort of thought about health and the concepts, and really try to approach these concepts that Haley's going to talk about from just a brand new perspective. So again, thank you, and I'll turn it over to Haley for a very interesting and great presentation.
So out of the context of the language and cultural revitalization really movement in the 90s, early 2000s, our tribal leadership started to notice some significant changes in our community, right? People were coming to events again. We had, more and more every single year. We had people asking questions about various things about being Myaamia. We had people enrolling their kids in the tribe again when they had stopped doing so. And so they tasked Daryl and the center with putting together a team to really understand what are the benefits of language and cultural revitalization for our community. And so that started the Milonweeyoni Acquisition and Assessment Team in 2012. I was a heritage student, but Dr. Susan Mosley Howard really pioneered that. And over time, our team has just grown and grown as the center has grown, and the needs for evaluation and assessment work has also grown. And so we eventually, in 2019, became the Office of Assessment and Evaluation with 3 teams: the Milonweeyoni Acquisition and Assessment Team, we have a Program Evaluation Team, and a Language Assessment Team within our office. And so I also share these photos here so that you can see that our work is not solely academic, right? It is entirely embedded within our tribal community. The driving force behind our work and the ultimate beneficiary of our work is the Miami Tribe of Oklahoma. And therefore, we operate within this academic space, and each of us have earned degrees in higher education, but we center first and foremost within the tribal community. And so in 2012, when the team was being formed, our team sat down with tribal leadership to say, what is it that we're interested in? What outcomes are important to us as a community? And together identified 4 questions. To what degree do language and cultural education impact academic attainment, well-being, community connectedness and engagement, and national tribal growth and continuance? Right, and so between 2012 and 2018, 2019, we developed really strong protocol for 1, 3, and 4. But this issue of number 2 has always felt really, really slippery to our team, right? This idea of wellness. What does it mean to live well? Historically, the way that this is defined in Indian country across indigenous groups is through basically suggesting that all indigenous communities are exactly the same, and also from a deficit perspective. And what I mean by that is looking at the problems in Indian country. What are alcoholism rates? What are suicide rates? What are, domestic violence rates? And how do we overcome that? Right, but our community wanted to take an approach that is grounded in our knowledge system and looks at the strengths of our community and how do we promote those strengths, assuming then that those strengths and enhancing the resilience of our community will also help take care of some of those other issues that likely exist. And so that's what I'm going to share with you today. And in showing a little bit about this strengths-based perspective, I want to share the evolution of our research question across time. So we started with what we would call a Western perspective, right? We really marry like this Western and Indigenous perspective. Both provide strengths and both allow us to communicate with different types of people. And so we started with this Western question of, does language and cultural education impact well-being, right? Like that's this overarching umbrella question. And then our team got together with language and cultural experts to write a question that is from asking this similar thing from a Myaamia perspective. And that came out to Taneje nehe Meehtohseeniwinki, Wechilandiangwe, nehe Tehendiangwe, Melone Tehengwile, Kene Puayo Nemenane. And then directly translating that back to English, it comes out as, how does reflecting on our ways of knowing cause us to live properly and to be at peace with each other? Right? So you can see that there's a significant difference between that first and third question. Right? So emphasizing it's not just this formal educational process that matters, it's the reflection upon our knowledge system that is important. And that happens both on an individual and communal level. And then there's this idea of living properly. Our word that I've said several times, Meehtohseeniwinki, is our word for, we call it living well, but directly translated means to live a proper human life, right? And then I'll talk in a moment about this concept of peace, but the idea that health and peace are intricately connected. And so because this research question had not been fully developed, Daryl and I sat down really during the lockdown portion of COVID and met weekly for a couple of years to talk about this and do research on this topic. We pulled sources, including things from the archives, linguistic materials, interviews with elders, and we shared stories of things that others have shared with us from within and outside of our community, as well as our own personal experiences and things we can extrapolate from that. And we simultaneously sought out and received support from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation to be able to create this model of well-being, as well as what Dr. Branscombe will share, the actual measurement tool that we're using within the community today. And so I begin here sharing the model with a set of hands as a representation that our system comes about through our human experience, and that our indigenous knowledge system was handed to us by previous generations in order that we may thrive as a tribal nation. And in order to frame our epistemic belief system, I begin with the term Myaamiaki. This term contains the stem Myaamiaki that is used in terms such as Anje Myaamiaki, she or he reforms his or her life for the better. It's also found in terms such as Myaamiaki, I healed him, and in certain contexts can mean I grant him or her freedom. As a simple noun, this Myaamiaki is translated as health, but the core meaning of the stem is to improve one's condition. Right? Now that we've established this, we also pulled from this word Awendione that's in the left there, in the left hand. This contains the stem awame that is used in terms such as ewemake, I am related to him or her, or ewengiche, she or he is grateful or thankful. And as a simple noun, awendione is translated as peace. The core meaning of this term really gets at the idea that relationships are important for our human existence, right? And so this is showing you how our language informs our understanding of this. But this idea that health and peace are intricately connected, that can't really be separated, is found across the globe. Most communities that I've seen talk about this connection between health and peace. But now that we've established a baseline for Myaamiaki and Awendione, we turn our attention to the expressive and intellectual features of Meehtohseeniwinki. So this next layer of meaning for our model includes 3 integrated domains that include 5 Nipwayone. Nipwayone is knowledge competencies. You heard that in Nipwayone acquisition and assessment team. Our team is literally looking at the acquisition of knowledge. 8 Meehtohseeniwinki, community values, and 5 Myaamiwinki, which we translate as intentional interactions. And this layer of our model came from years of research and work, and each of these 3 domains together forms that epistemic foundation. And the next and final layer could be viewed as our plan, implementation, and evaluation process for Meehtohseeniwinki. Using our indigenous knowledge for the benefit of our community requires both strategic and sustainable planning that ensures a measurable outcome. After the research and information gathering takes place, that information must be prepared for an infusion into a growing educational platform. This includes curricular development, teacher training, and program design, all part of our educational development process. And then both through formal and informal sharing, we rely heavily on the Miami Tribe's Cultural Resources Office to oversee the community program implementation, right? So infusing this understanding into our actual programs. We currently have educational programs for each age group from cradle to grave. Lifelong learning and community engagement is the goal. And the last step in our process is the evaluation, which is where my team comes in to gather information on the impacts of language and cultural revitalization and on the educational programming on well-being in the community, which then serves to basically inform this model again. And to understand if Meehtohseeniwinki is merging across age groups and through the generations. Together, all of these components is Meehtohseeniwinki, is living well. So I'm going to break down each of these a bit further. So we'll start with Nipwayoni, the knowledge. I present this first because it is really a prerequisite for the other two, right? So without knowledge, you can't really live well, you can't live through your values, you also can't intentionally interact with the world in identifiably Myaamia ways. With the process of knowledge acquisition is also considered to be a lifelong process, right? It starts at birth and continues throughout the entire duration of one's life. This knowledge can be formally acquired through educational programming like our summer programs, like the Heritage Awards program here at Miami, but it can also be acquired more informally just by engaging with the world around you, right? Just by figuring things out, interacting with other people. And we really break down, from a Myaamia perspective, these knowledge competencies into 5 areas. So we have Milonweeyoni, civic knowledge, Meehtohseeniwinki, ancestral or historical knowledge, Meehtohseeniwinki, language competence, Meehtohseeniwinki, identity expression, and Aanchtaakia, ecology. And so I'll break down, for each of these, I don't have time to go into each examples of each domain, but I'll break down one as an example. So with Meehtohseeniwinki, that number 4, identity expression, this refers to one's individual cultural knowledge. We see there being so many areas of cultural knowledge, just the way that we are able to understand and express our identity. And this includes things like dancing, singing, art, games, storytelling, right, and so much more. And not every Myaamia person does or needs to have complete competence in every single one of those. But when we connect with a certain area based on our interests, based on our skills, that helps to promote our own well-being and the well-being of the entire community. And in order to live well, we have to have a general understanding of how each of these domains is expressed and what we're striving to gain more knowledge throughout our lives. So an important, again, value, which is in the next step, is lifelong learning, right? Being a lifelong learner. So, Meehtohseeniwinki, our Myaamia values. So I just wrote a blog post on this, so if anybody is curious about this and wants to hear more, that is on our community blog. But, we typically use this Wikiyame Mandepuai, the lodge frame, to visually and metaphorically represent our value system, right? Recognizing that this lodge is what our homes, our traditional homes, the structure of that. And the home is where values are promoted, right? That's where values are passed down across the generations just through daily living. And I don't have time again to break down all of them, but I want to give you the notion, I want to instill the notion that values are essentially, when everything else is stripped away, it's what guides and directs our behavior. It's what tells us as a community what is important to us. How do we treat one another? And so I'll give you one. The Meehtohseeniwinki is a great one to use for this purpose. It means we are wise, we are conscious, we are aware. This reminds us that awareness and consciousness of the way things are within our surroundings is important. It reminds us to stay present, to try to understand and gain the wisdom that each moment is trying to teach us. And this curiosity and awareness is really what allowed us as a community to remain so resilient in the face of significant adversity. It's also why we tend to highly respect our elders, right? So our elders have lived longer than we have and have often, though not always, gained more wisdom than the rest of us. And so we really value the wisdom that elders bring. And this is even evident in how we part from one another, right? So many of you say this phrase often of Nipuakalo, the command form of this, which means be conscious, be aware, be wise. We say that when we leave people, when we part from people, to remind them of this value. And that brings us to Myaamiwinki, intentional interactions. So what I mean by this is that each of our beings has a soul, and that soul engages with the world around us, right? Engages with the environment. And when we're living properly, we intentionally act with informed knowledge and through our value systems. This is the culminating expressive component of our knowledge and our values. So our being interacts with the domains of Awiawe, the physical body, Meehtohseeniwinki, the people or the social environment, Meehtohseeniwinki, the spiritual or other than human beings, Meehtohseeniwinki, thought and mentality, and Myaamiaki, our place, our homelands. So when we act intentionally, when our soul, our being acts intentionally in each of those domains, we are promoting our well-being. But when we act thoughtlessly or carelessly, that opens us up to vulnerability and potentially not living well. And so again, to use one as an example, the awiawe, the physical body, we view our body as the biological or the physical structure that enables us to live a human life. And we must tend to that body similarly to how we tend to our land or to our social environment, right? We have to care for it. And so historically, when we lived in a village-centric society, that was pretty easy, right? It was done in tasks of daily living, things that required us to be able to eat and to interact with one another. Today, we have to be much more intentional, but we can do it in culturally appropriate ways, such as playing Peewaalia, right? When we play lacrosse, we're taking care of our physical body, along with every other one of these, right? So you can really see through this model how our understanding of living well is unique and therefore deserves its own model, right? And deserves its own way of measuring or understanding it. And so to conclude my portion, I want to share two metaphors, right? Metaphors are a very common way that we express concepts, really complex concepts in our community that attempt to capture the importance of understanding both change and cycles that emerge through our work. And the first is represented by this basket that's held by two hands, right? Baskets don't grow on trees, but the materials used to make them come from our ecological knowledge, skill, and need. This elm bark basket you see here represents the boundaries of our knowledge system that was handed to us by previous generations. And our lunar calendar system marks time and transition and represents our ecological relationship to our homelands. Although the cycles are recurring across time, no 2 months are the same. And so we see the education and evaluation process of our work as continually evolving every single year. So I hope this gives you an understanding of the depth of the meaning and the interpretation for Meehtohseeniwinki and everything that's involved in our work that helps us to understand wellness to be an outcome of passing our Myaamia ways of knowing and being to a future generation. So I will pass it on now to Dr. Paul Branscombe.
Great. Well, thank you for that introduction. I'll start by saying, there's many different ways you can develop a survey. And so coming into this, I really kind of thought about a good systematic process that we could use. And what I kind of landed on was the Sharma and Petosa method that they published in their book years ago. And it essentially kind of breaks down what others had done into, like I said, a nice 16-step process. And as I reflected through that process, I kind of thought, the first 6 steps really focus on the conceptual phase. Conceptual phase is where you're really trying to figure out what are you trying to measure, what are the objects, and how do you put concise definitions into those. The second phase is the developmental phase. That's where you put pen to paper and you actually write your survey items and try to, again, match your survey items to your concepts to see if you're covering enough. You don't want too many items, you don't want too little items, so you want to be comprehensive in that way. And then the very last phase is this validity and reliability phase. And that's where you're actually taking your survey, you collect some data, and you essentially see, is your survey consistent over time? So is it reliable? And is your survey actually trying to measure what it is you intend for it to measure? And that's with validity. A couple other points on this slide I'll just mention is we definitely appreciate that survey design is an iterative process. And so one of our consultants on our project is Dr. Roy Oman, who worked at University of Oklahoma and was one of the developers of the youth asset study that was done out there. And he very early on told us his story of working decades with that project. And very much they started like we did with an idea, a concept, and really just sitting down with a team and going through a procedure very similar to ours. But it really boiled down to creating scales, questions, getting data, reflecting on that data and what it was telling them, removing items, deleting items, creating new scales, So we understand we're at the very first phase of this process, and we definitely expect that, as years go on, the survey will continue to grow and develop, and maybe even develop new concepts that we haven't touched on. And then the last point here talks about survey development in the community context. And, again, I think as a researcher and as in social science, I think it's important to just acknowledge that some of the stuff that we do can kind of live in this messy space, and I think that's especially true when you're working with communities in real time, applying some of the research methods that we use and teach our students every day. When I started this project out and they were telling me about this, I said, well, great, you're trying to measure this concept of health. Give me your definitions and we'll just sort of build it out from there. And what I was told very early on was like, well, we're not really quite there yet. We're developing those definitions, and some of the work that we're going to be doing is actually meant to strengthen and continually develop these definitions. And so, again, kind of living in that messy space, again, pushed me and challenged me as a researcher to do so. So thinking about where we started, the first 6 steps being really the conceptual phase, as Haley presented, Daryl and Haley did a lot of work to look at historical documents and really think about, a beginning part, and a beginning draft, I should say, of this. And, to strengthen those definitions that they had developed, we next did a series of focus groups with tribal citizens in different areas of the country, really just to hear from them and what health and these concepts meant to them on an individual and community level. At the time, we had the initial draft of the wellness model, and so we formulated open-ended questions. And as we talked with community members and as we're reading through these transcripts, again, it kind of challenged us, I think, as community members were talking, is what they were saying really part of the model that maybe we haven't acknowledged that stands to be updated? And we did that. We updated some of the definitions of the constructs. And we challenged us to think, well, could these be issues that are outside of the model that, again, could be added to the model now or at a later time? So give you an idea about that, Haley talked about a number of the constructs. In the knowledge construct, civic knowledge was the very first one, and we talked about, what is knowledge? And we sort of broke it down into, well, you can possess the knowledge of the tribe and how the political landscape looks like, the tribal constitution, you can know it. You can seek knowledge, right? You can by going to tribal events and learning about the politics that are going on. Or you can use that knowledge in some way, right, by voting or just other ways. And so, again, that really helped us conceptualize a measure that I'll share with you here in a second. The next phase was to develop the survey items, and I can tell you that we first really looked at a number of existing surveys, the World Health Organization's concept on wellness, the RAND Corporation, the Youth Asset Study I talked about with Roy Oman. And it really kind of helped us frame the items, looking at should they be very broad items, specific items, somewhere in the middle. And so we ended up probably reviewing 150, 200 items. We reviewed them, we thought about questions that maybe we would develop from scratch, and we ended up with a first draft that we could then share with Daryl, we shared with our outside experts, to really get to a point where we could pilot test it. And again, this is just an example of knowledge, of the knowledge section and how we went and tried to evaluate this. And there were different scales, like I said, that you would look at these. And so, possessing knowledge, seeking knowledge, and participating. And so I don't have much time, so I'm gonna try to rush through this, but essentially we got to the very last part, looking at the validity and reliability, and that's actually where we're at now. When we went to collect data, we kind of used a hands-on approach, all hands-on-deck approach, I should say, where we had Haley posting on tribal-specific social media. We had the chief make a video, which I thought was really kind of special. We were at the winter gathering this year trying to just sign people up. And we ended up with now, I believe, about 717 tribal citizens that have taken the survey. So we're just at the point now where we're looking at some of the statistics to kind of see again how valid, how reliable are our measures. We know that we're going to be doing this again, but that's kind of going to give us our first step into seeing, you know, how everything looks good. And I can tell you from just the preliminary analysis that we've had, things really do look good. And even our outside consultant, Haley, can say, was kind of surprised at how good the survey, how the initial results really looked. And so I thank you for your time. You know, just a final thing, when you think about developing surveys like this and this exercise that we took, this isn't something that's going to just sit now and collect data and we'll just generate reports. We really want to think about how this survey can be used across all different types of tribal events and opportunities to think about evaluation for this wellness model and whether or not these surveys get used, you know, in part, in whole, or get adapted for certain groups like kids or elders. That's sort of, you know, things that we're looking at towards the future. So thank you.
Okay, again, go ahead and get up, stretch your legs. Folks will be at their tables if you want to engage, and then we will be back here at 11 o'clock sharp.
They finished dead on time. Huh? They were dead on time. I know. I was like, relax, guys. I can't promise to be so good. Yep. All right, well, we're just going to throw this. Everyone's name spelled right? All our names spelled right?
All right.
Okay, if you can find your way to your seats, we're going to get started in about 3 minutes. Okay, we're going to need to get started here. This is our final talk before our lunch break. Real quick, the Miami Tribe of Oklahoma has a recent publication on the lunar calendar book. If you are a tribal citizen and have not received yours, see the first table here, raise your hand over there, guys. Okay. If your interest is in purchasing it, it's, I think, just $10 a copy. It's a beautiful publication. So that's where you go if you want to have a copy of that. I'm really excited about our next talk. It's the rare opportunity we get to work with our relative tribes, the Peewaalia tribe of Oklahoma, and so we're really excited to be engaged with them around Minohsayaki, the painted hides or the painted robes project. This is a new area of research. I'm sure we've got lots to learn, but we're going to go ahead and share where we're at this stage. So thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Meehtohseeniwinki, everybody. I'm Bob Morrissey, coming from University of Illinois, and it's really a privilege for me to be here at this gathering and to be first on the agenda to talk about this Painted Hides project, Painted Robes project. I think this is different from many other group study kind of collaborative projects that I know about, but that's because the cultural history of the Myaamia and the Peewaalia nations is different. I mean, I know it's very well known here in this room, but these, I'll just say it out loud, these two groups, the Myaami and the Peewaalia, over the past 2 generations, I think are on really the most extraordinary trajectory of cultural reawakening that I know about anywhere. And Reclaiming Stories, our project adds a chapter to that trajectory, a chapter around a distinctive art form at the center of old Miami and Peoria culture. So it's my pleasure and privilege to sort of kick this off. And I'll start just by talking about how our project started for me. So I'm an academic historian on Miami and Peoria homelands. It's my privilege in my day job to try and restore consciousness to my students about histories that have been forgotten, that have been erased. And about 6 years ago, I was finishing work for a book, and I was looking through my notes, all right? And I realized there's a theme in my notes, and I was super interested in this theme, but I knew only a little bit about it. Now, let me be clear about my notes. I've been doing this for about 20 years. I've been researching early American history in the Midwest for a long time, and I have read pretty much, I think, all of the sources. I think that's a quintessential historian's brag. I don't mean to brag, but I think that would be the sort of the ultimate brag. You know, I've spent a lot of time in the library in my job. Anyway, so I mean it when I say it. In these notes that I had taken over many years in the sources is this idea of painting, right? The Myaamia and the Peewaalia in the 17th and 18th centuries, in these primary sources that I'd spent so much time reading about, they are painters all over the place. Observers that came, especially French observers that came to the Midwest, you know, noted Miami and Peoria Indians as doing a distinctive kind of painting on skin. So, you know, observers like Jacques Marquette in 1673 talked about painting on bison. He said, you know, the hair falls off in summer and the skin becomes soft, and they use this bison skin for making beautiful robes, which they paint in many colors. William Bartram down in New Orleans wrote similarly about painted hides from Illinois and Miami makers that he saw in 1771, speculating that the designs on them might have been like hieroglyphics or mystical writings, right? Thomas Jefferson had a delegation of Kaskaskia visit him in 1781, and he was gifted a number of these painted hides, and he said, "I'll always keep these hanging on the walls in remembrance of you and your nation." Other eyewitnesses in the, you know, the sort of primary source record also gave us accounts of this. Alexandre de Batz in 1735 made this really iconic painting of indigenous Illinois people, you know, how they painted and tattooed their bodies. The Jesuits, right, even had a word for this art of hide painting, of skin painting, painting on skin, tattooing, painting on animal skins. They called it Meehtohseeniwinki or Meehtohseeniwinki. They seem to have invented probably that word. It's a complicated etymology. It's not an indigenous word probably, and it's certainly not an indigenous Illinois word. But in their missions among the Peoria and the Miami, the Jesuit priests defined this concept of skin painting using that idea of Meehtohseeniwinki in like 100 different contexts, in like 100 different ways. So the historic sources make clear that this was a big part of Miami and Peoria culture in the distant past. Meanwhile, we know, many know about these painted hides, these 4 hides that reside in the collections of the Musée du Quai Branly in Paris. Probably the oldest examples of this painted hide art anywhere. And so, you know, I wondered kind of as myself, I kind of wrote about this as a historian, pondering the evidence. At one point, I sought George's help on some of my writing, and Cam and David reached out to the Myaamia Center. What did the Miamis know, right? We started a conversation. We reached out to Liz Ellis at the Peoria tribe. What did the Peorias know? Charla and Julie soon joined our project, Burgundy and Wes, and then a whole list of others. And we really started gaining momentum. And at one point, I started wondering aloud in some of our meetings. We started just by meeting over Zoom, and I started wondering, could we take this to the next level, right? There was a grant available from the Mellon Foundation The idea was to take resources from academic institutions, put them in support of tribal priorities. So that's where the project really started. We proposed a project to send Miami and Peoria artists, cultural leaders, and interested members of the communities to Paris to reconnect with those old hide paintings in those collections, in effect to make a new opportunity for a special kind of reclaiming. But what I want to stress about this Mellon grant, it gave us the opportunity to do something that as a historian I definitely was not really expecting, and that really has transformed me, and that I am super grateful for, to have been a part of. I think this is more or less a conversation that George and I had at the start of this. I did not know, could not have dreamed what was coming. The shape of this project has only been a little bit about what, where it kind of started in my experience, which was history. The shape of this project has mostly been about revitalization, right? Not history. So I don't really need to summarize this for this audience, but just very briefly to appreciate this trajectory that I mentioned earlier of revitalization, right? Before colonialism and through colonialism, Miami and Peoria people, indigenous people of the Midwest, they were superlative. We can celebrate their history through the 18th century as tremendous shapers of events. The 19th century brought different times, and it's a story of survival through loss, removal, termination, survival through colonialism and dispossession. And then this next chapter, right? It's a history lesser known that I have been lucky to try to teach to my students. It's lesser known to non-Indigenous Americans, that chapter of revitalization. Beginning with language revitalization, but it doesn't stop there. Place and homeland, traditional ecological knowledge, time, cosmology, ways of knowing history, storytelling, community knowledge, and of course, art. And it's in that context, revitalization, that reclaiming stories really enters the picture. So we won our grant from the Mellon Foundation, and we are super grateful for that. The centerpiece of our proposal was to reconnect Miami and Peoria cultural leaders, artists, to these old collections in Paris. So the primary purpose was to make an opportunity for travel and work towards some exhibits. But that was only part of it, right? Importantly, this would not be just about research trips. This would be about practice. So I just want to share very briefly the outline of some of our activities before handing it off to Burgundy and Wes and to George to talk about this. In 2022, we started with a workshop in Myaamia on hide painting, led by the extraordinary curator and material culture specialist Michael Galbin from Ganondagan Cultural Center, and the Seneca knowledge keeper Jamie Jacobs. I think at that workshop, we had the first time in generations that Miami and Peoria people were practicing this craft, this art, there in Myaamia. And then we followed that up in summer 2023, this past summer, with a workshop on hide tanning led by Shawnee artist and just amazing teacher, Jeremy Turner, who is here with us. Along the way, there have been community-facing exhibitions. First one made by the Miami Tribe Museum, Megan Dory, Morgan Lippert, doing great work on that. And the second one now on view here at the Carol and Richard Cox Museum of Art, which you should check out. As an outsider and as an academic, this has been an extraordinary journey to watch. But I want to conclude with one last thought about another extraordinary part of the project before turning it over. Just showing you some pictures behind me of the second learning lab where we were doing the tanning. Anyway, just to speak a word about the museums, or the museum in Paris, that has been a focus of this project from the very beginning. Of course, these collections have been studied in many different ways. There's a long and deep scholarly tradition around these objects. Curators and art historians have written books about this material. But as interesting as that scholarship has been, very frequently that academic research has ignored indigenous knowledge. As it happens, we got lucky in this connection because just as we were starting our project, the French Museum began a new initiative around these collections with a new team of curators. And their methods are different from previous curators, where previous curators really ignored indigenous voices. Now this new team tries to center them. So that's another piece that I know George may talk about this in just a second. There may be a lot of things that are unknowable about some of these old materials, but what is wonderful about what this project, I think, has produced is a new kind of conversation. And I'll just say, again, one more tribute about the creativity of this work, because I have been able to watch and been lucky to watch George, Liz, and Scott sort of build these relationships with these institutions and the people running the new curatorial initiative, and I think it's been really wonderful to see these kind of Myaamia and Peewaalia methodologies brought into that context. So with that, I want to turn it over to Burgundy and West to say a few words.
Aya ewe malaka koke, tepewe neolaka koke, Burgundy Fletcher, Wainsweane, Nila Peewaalia, Nila Inoka. I'm fortunate to be learning what should have been my first language. What I just said was, hello, my relatives, it's good to see y'all. My name is Burgundy Fletcher, I'm Peoria, and I'm Illinois. And that's often not a connection that gets made. I work for my tribe now since last, is anybody else hot in here? There's so many of you. I've worked for my tribe since last January, and I'm the historic preservation specialist. And that's a fancy way of saying I get to be in federal and state spaces arguing about who we are. So I didn't expect to be up here. I expected to be over there, so I'm a little nervous. Bear with me. I was told to tell you what this means to the Peoria Nation. So the first is reclaiming this art form of our relatives, knowing that these robes exist, that they, which we didn't, excuse me, and some of us still don't, where they are. Being able to see them in person, as Bob said, some of us have already made the trip to Paris to see them, where they've been stewarded for hundreds of years. Another thing is learning over the last couple of summers during the workshops, the actual process. I didn't get to hunt anything. I think George did that, but we did get to skin and flesh, and I know Jeremy's here, and some of these terms, I'm like, oh, is that the fleshing part, or is that the scraping part, the stretching? But reconnecting to our relatives, which are even the animals that, donate and give to us in that reciprocal relationship. One thing that's important to me that I almost never get to talk about is the critical and valued contributions of women and queer folks in our communities who have been erased. Yeah, if anyone wants to talk about that, I'm always so down, but there's never enough time. But yeah, those folks get erased today, even labeled as different. And when I read about some of our chiefs gifting to Thomas Jefferson, I think that was already mentioned, but this is my wife, my wives, did this on our behalf. And that the other thing is that relationship, nation to nation, even how we thought about ourselves as a people, the value and the respect and that we showed others, and reclaiming that for our citizens today is one of the biggest. Thank you. Newe.
this up here. I'm really short. Aya ewe malaka koke uaha te pewe ne alaka koke tosan wens wayane nila enocha Peewaalia che Peewaalia tawenge le pongia. Hello, all of my relatives. Make sure I'm speaking into the microphone here. Hello, all of my relatives. It's good to see you all here today. I am Tosan Wesley Lewis Farless. I am the Peoria language specialist and instructor for the Peoria Nation. And it's been an honor to be a part of all of this. The Peoria Nation is very, very grateful. I guess I need to click to our next screen here. No, that's okay. There we go. Myself, speaking for the nation, we want to say all of the importance and the gratefulness and the thankfulness of being to be able to be a part of this wonderful, wonderful project. All of the different processes, all of the different components of putting them together, as you see, all of the hides, the hunting, the pigments, the binders, all of the different process to process those hides, what used to be then and possibly even in the future are women and other people that wish to be a part of that, to be painting these things and putting together all these beautiful, unique designs that are unique to us, to the Peorias and to the Myaamia and all of that. We're really grateful to be here in the Miami lands to talk about a lot of this. We're really, really grateful for the Miami relatives, Bob Morsey, and everyone that's been involved in every step of the way of this Minohsayaki project. And just couldn't say it enough on the importance of every step that goes along in not only this project, but all of the painted hides. Bringing all of that knowledge back, being able to gather it all together, being able to teach it in the future, being able to come together as a community, not only as a Peoria community, but to the Myaamia community, but our communities together again, how we always have been, our relatives together, being able to do these projects, bringing this knowledge back, teaching it back to our relatives, our families, our nations. It's very, very important. So, Missionewe, ewe malang, ewe ngeonge, to the Myaamia Nation, to Bob Morsey, and everyone that was involved with this project. So I'll pass it off to George now. Missionewe, everyone. Missionewe.
I'll try not to rip it out of the stand. I'm not as strong as Jerome. Aya chekiawea te pewe no akakokia waha nungi kakikwe. Mime shikia nehe cha chainsa Wensweeyoni. Nila Myaamia Meehtohseeniwinki nehe mekimwane waha Myaamia nipwayonikaninge. Myaamia mishidipwanikaninge. Hello, my relatives, echoing everyone else who has spoken before me. It's very good to see all of you here today. My name is George Ironstrack, or Little George, I'm oftentimes called in my community. Big George is out here somewhere watching me. And it's good to see all of you here today, as everyone has said. I work here at the Myaamia Center. I have the honor of working for my people there. And I've been here since 2008, but I also was very lucky to be here as a graduate student in the history department. So very much appreciate everything the university has worked on with our people. My part of the presentation is to talk about our trips to Meehtohseeniwinki, to Paris, to the place of the French people. But I just want to start by reiterating a couple of things about impacts for our people. I think the thread of relationships, I hope, is coming through all of the speakers in this panel and probably the previous ones as well. And I really recognize how this project is bringing us together with our Peewaalia relatives in a way that feels very positive and in some cases new, for me anyway. And I'm really enjoying that work. So these are, relationships that have existed for generations, for hundreds of years, but they need to be renewed over time. And so as we connected with Michael Galban and Jamie Jacobs from Seneca Country, it was very interesting to not just learn knowledge about hide painting from them and about iconography, but also information about relationships over time. And to stress that the Myaamia and the Seneca and the Peewaalia and the Seneca, we have relationships that date back to prior to European arrival. And as we interconnect around art forms, we're also reconnecting and renewing diplomatic relationships and talking about pasts that are intertwined in sometimes positive and sometimes, to be honest, negative ways. But that as communities, it's very important to recognize that it's not just about individuals sharing knowledge, but about communities connecting. So that's sort of a new relationship that's been furthered by this work, and there's lots of old relationships that have been regenerated or reinfused with work. And so we've already mentioned the Richard and Carol Cox Art Museum. The Myaamia Center and the Myaami tribe has worked with them. I think the first exhibit we did was in 2003, so a long time we've been working with our great partners there. And so to continue to advance that work with the exhibition that's on display right now on Minohsayaki has been wonderful. And we can't say enough about the work of the team over there. Jason Shaman, who helped me curate that exhibit, and Jack Green, the director of the Art Museum. It's been wonderful. All the staff, of course, there are great. And then Jeremy Turner, who we've known for years in lots of different contexts, a great friend, but to really become more intimately connected through hide tanning, and he also shared with us about tattooing. It was just wonderful to really dive deep into a particular area of his knowledge, and to continue to deepen our relationship with him. So now turn into what I was supposed to talk about here at the end. And I was given permission, don't share this, but I was given permission to run a little bit over. We've made 2 trips to Meehtohseeniwinki so far, both of them in 2023 and the spring and the fall of that year, and we have a third trip, not the last, but just the third trip coming in the fall of this year. And in these trips, we went to visit the collections at the Musée de Quai Branly as well as other locations, which I'll share about. So just really quickly, who was a part of the visits? These first 2 visits focused on the project that Bob Morrissey mentioned, which is an initiative of theirs. So it's separate from the Reclaiming Stories. So they're bringing together multiple tribal partners. So you'll see from the trip, there were representatives from the Quapaw tribe, their chairman at the time, Joe Bird, Everett Bandy, who heads up their cultural preservation office, and Carrie Wilson. And then 2 representatives from the Choctaw Nation, Ian Thompson and Ryan Spring. And then from the Myaamia, Scott Shoemaker, Papangama, who's here today, was on the first trip. I was on both trips. And then Mishikanakwa Logan York, our Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, was on the second trip. And then from the Peewaalia, from the Peewaalia tribe, Dr. Elizabeth Ellis was on both trips. The folks who hosted us, I really want to recognize the amount of time they put in to really make us feel comfortable there, and to make our stay not just educational and valuable to our communities for knowledge, but also to feel like we're developing a relationship with them and that place. A place that, maybe some of you know this, a place that indigenous people have been visiting since at least the 1700s. And so it's not sort of new with airplanes that we've been going to Meehtohseeniwinki. Our people have been traveling there since long before, modern day tourism. And so we travel in that space thinking of these long-term visits and long-term diplomatic relationships. So Paz Guerrero Nunez and Leandro Verazon are the 2 main representatives of the Musée de Quai Branly that we've been working with, and they've been wonderful, great friendships. They've invited us into their homes. It's been wonderful to build those relationships. Gilles Havard is a well-known historian of French colonial North America. And his student, Jonas Musco, is working on processing the map collections that are connected to this project. And then, of course, the many staff that I don't have time to name here today, from the Musée de Quai Branly Jacques Chirac, the Palace at Versailles, the Château de Vincennes, the National Archives, and the National Library. Sorry, my people are from Indiana, so I want to say Vincennes, which rankles the French ear. So where did we go while we were there? We went to of course, to the Musée de Quai Branly. That's where we spent most of our time, right along the Seine in Paris. And then we also visited the Palace at Versailles, the Chateau, the castle at Vincennes, and the National Archives and the National Library. But to the most important part for our work. So, we were recognized we were there to work on a project with them that was different in scope than ours, but there was a nice Venn diagram overlap that we got to spend right away. Our first day we walked in and we were like, eyes like kids in a candy shop, going straight into the space to be with these robes, with these Minohsayaki, and be able to be in their presence, to touch them with gloves and without gloves, and to speak our language to them, to talk to each other in our language around them. Was really, really powerful. These are objects that we've been looking at, many of us, for over 20 years in photographs, sometimes even longer. So to be in the room with them was like to be in room with your ancestors, right? That you'd only ever looked at in pictures, but now got to see in person. Something I know many of our relatives who work in National Breath of Life feel when they're looking at and touching the original documents of their ancestors' language. This is another Chingwe or Chingwenzake robe that is noted because it is blue on it. So we've just been taken to call it the blue Chingwe robe that was on loan from a different museum. It's since gone home to that museum in Bensasson. But you can see some of the beautiful artistry of the designs that Tosan was talking about, us developing a deeper appreciation for. And seeing them in person, of course, is different than the photographs, even these photographs. There's features on them that you just can't see in photo. You have to be in person to see them. They have a depth to them that isn't communicated in 2D. So what was our experience like being present with our ancestors? As I think I've already indicated, it was really powerful. There's so much still to learn from what our ancestors have left us in these beautiful works of art. We know we're just scratching the surface, but it was really powerful. And we feel like we've already brought home important knowledge to our communities. But I think, what I would say first is to be able to just be as community members around these objects. We don't really think of them as objects, we think of them as ancestors, where we're left alone with them, right? So it's intimate time. There's not another curator hovering over us, making sure, we don't do this or we don't do that. There's a sense of trust. And we got to just spend quality time, talking, telling stories, talking about all the people that were necessary to produce these beautiful works of art, as well as the stories that sit behind them. So we have stories of these beings, of Chingwe and Chingwenzake, of what in English people call the thunder beings or the young thunder beings, and to talk about these things and talk to these beings while we're in the presence of these Minohsayaki is really powerful. But one of the things that, of course, comes out is just the artistic skill. So if you have a chance to go over to the Richard and Carol Cox Art Museum here, I know for Myaamia community, there'll be an opportunity at the end of the day to see some recreated hides. It's really startling the difference in artistic quality. Those hides over there are beautiful, the recreated ones, but they pale in comparison to the artistic skill of these folks who were working in the early 1700s. The women who tanned these hides, so they're still relatively supple, 300 years old, and they're not brittle. They can be picked up and very carefully rolled over with a PVC tube so we could look at the backside, and I was shocked at how easily they moved. That's a testament to the skill of the women who tanned these hides. And then, of course, the art is amazingly beautiful. And so to see that, like when you're seeing the stroke lines, right? When you're seeing the places where they rubbed vermilion in with their hands, you're seeing like literally, right, the handiwork of our people, sometimes even not truly fingerprints, but you can see like the smears their fingers made. So you're touching where they touched, right, with tools and with their hands. So it's really, really powerful. Just in the interest of time, I'll keep, the list of things that we identified as we were in the room with these objects kind of short. I think one of the things that really struck us when we were there, as again, we've been looking at photographs, high-res photographs of these for 2 decades, is the amount of work that was done with what's called clear coat. So imagine like a glue that's used. Oftentimes the glue is mixed with pigments to create paint. So charcoal to make black, vermilion to make red. We're not sure actually what they use to make blue exactly. Same thing with yellow. But sometimes they would paint with just the glue. And it was surprising how much of these hides were painted with just the glue, which you think is like invisible, which it is in many of the photographs. And so every space on these hides that looks like it's empty there's a good chance, like a 75% chance, that it's actually full of painting, but it's done with a clear coat that doesn't communicate in a photograph from above. You have to get in really close to see it. What you can see is the incised lines the tools made, and when you look at an angle with a raking light, you can kind of see the reflection of the glue, which when it was fresh would have sparkled. So it would have shown up in the sun. And so that was really shocking, is the degree of negative space work that was done with this clear coat. It was really wonderfully beautiful. A lot of cross-hatching, a lot of Scott's pointing at 2 circles that were made with the clear coat. And many of our artists would say we shouldn't be surprised, because negative space work is one of the traditions of Myaamia artistry, is the interplay between negative and positive space work. We see this in our ribbon work and other beautiful works of art. And so we shouldn't have been surprised it was there, but we were. This is one that was, again, new to us. I'm not sure if other investigators have noticed it before, but this is the head of the Chingwe or Chingwenza Minohsayaki that's in the collections at the MQB. And if you can see really closely above the red circle, that's the center of this being's head, you can kind of see some wavy lines coming up kind of straight, running parallel with the black line. And then you should be able to see like kind of a plume coming off the back. That's all clear coat work, and it's like invisible crest of this bird-like being, the Chingwea or Chingwenza. And for us, we had never noticed that before in pictures, but getting up close in person, you could see this crest that was kind of hidden. And the other Chingwenza has a similar hidden crest. So it was really wonderful to discover for ourselves. Others may have seen them prior, but for us to discover these hidden little features that are wonderful representations of artistic skill, but they're kind of like Easter eggs. They're hidden away by the artists. And then surprisingly, this we didn't expect. We connected with a lot of other objects that are also painted hides, but much smaller. So there's a series of bags that have painted hide work as well as quill work. And so we got to see them as a part of this collection corpus of material culture that people would wear together as ensembles. And then lastly, not directly connected to the Minohsayaki, at least at first, when we went into the other archives, like the Chateau de Vincennes and the National Library, we were there to look at maps. And this was important for the Musée de Quai Branly's project, because these hides didn't come out of nowhere, right? They came out of a place. And what else do they have in their collections in France that communicates place? Well, they have loads and loads of maps, because to control land, Europeans believed you needed to draw that land out on 2-dimensional surfaces, right? So the king was having all of his map makers make maps of the French Empire, our homelands, right? Not the French Empire to us, but to them it was. And so we investigated a lot of these maps, which is really interesting, right? Because just like the historical documents that are all full of biases, these maps are too. They're not perfect representations of place, but they're interesting representations of place. And we look forward to exploring them more, but I like to share this image because it became a running joke for the whole group that was traveling, from the Quapaw and the Choctaw too, because the image here, which is I think you can fairly say a poorly drawn bison, or Lenazwa, is labeled in French Beauf Sauvage, which we crudely translated as savage beef. And that became a running joke for the rest of the trip, as we would say in a fake French accent, Beauf Sauvage, and people would just laugh. Of course, it doesn't actually mean savage beef. It means kind of wild steer, right, or wild cow. But it kind of became like a mascot for our trip. So I like to hold it up. But the hope is that over time, the map work and the hide work on their side will come together to produce some kind of exhibition that can be shared in France, with the French citizens, and then hopefully eventually come to North America, to our homelands. Nothing is certain, but we hope that's a future path, so that the experience we've gotten to have so far of being in the presence of these objects of our ancestors, that many of our citizens can have this opportunity to be in the presence of these objects and not just look at photographs of them. So to reiterate, all the thanks that people have given throughout, Missionewe, to Bob Morrissey for all of his work to write the original grant, and to keep driving the project forward. And then, of course, to the staff of the Musée de Quai Branly, Jacques Chirac, to the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation and the Humanities Without Walls Consortium at the University of Illinois, and for the support of the Miami Tribe of Oklahoma in carrying out this work. And there's still quite a bit of work to do. I like to say that what you're seeing right now is a presentation of a work in progress, and where we'll be in 5 years will probably be very, very different. And I hope to be back, maybe 2 Myaamiaki conferences from now with a really good update about surprising directions that we never thought this would go in. So, Missionewe Cheke. Daryl, you want to say anything before we break?
Did you all hear Bob say Myaamia? We're actually having an influence on you, aren't we? That's how it's pronounced in Oklahoma, Myaamia.
All right, let's see, we've got, all right, Kara, help me out here. All right. Anyway, they keep me straight. All right, we've got a little bit of a break, so we again, very consciously built in breaks so that you had time to visit with the tables and some of the presenters. So lunch really doesn't begin until noon. So between now and noon, feel free to mix, mingle, visit the tables, visit our artist over here on the left. And then we have an hour and a half built in for lunch. A couple of warnings. Uptown's likely to be very, very busy today. So if you want to stay a little bit closer, there's the Armstrong Student Center right across the street, the Garden Commons, which is a little bit further that way, and then Maple Street, which is just right down the road here. There is a QR code on the table out front if you want to get access to a map, if you're not from here and not sure about these places. And then also keep in mind that a lot of places are cashless here on campus. So, well, everything is cashless here on campus. And then also, if you get an opportunity, see the Myaamia Heritage Collection down in the bookstore, which is just downstairs on that end of the building. And then we will start on time at 1:30 p.m. Otherwise, enjoy your break and make sure you take in some time with the tables. So, Missionewe.
Okay, we're going to get started in about 5 minutes. One minute and counting. You like that, huh?
Shayango Kiowa. Shayango Kiowa. Nemekwache. Ihya. Shayango Kiowa. Shiny Luna. All right, Missionewe. Anjamache pa kochi ikwe. Hope you all had a good lunch. What that really means is I hope you have swelled bellies. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. We've got a great lineup for this afternoon, so we're going to go ahead and dive right on into it. The Myaamia Center has an Aanchtaakia Fellowship program, and it's fairly new. It's only a couple of years old, and our next speaker is going to be our very first graduate of that program. Aanchtaakia is the Myaamia word that means change maker. And so we see our young adult generation that comes into our program as those that will help us change in a very good way. So I'm going to introduce Jarrid Nally, and I think you'll enjoy. Anyway.
Ayacheki. I think I've got to be a little closer. Ayacheki, Tepewe Neola Kakoke, Sapa Nehe Jarrid Winswiane, Nila Myaamia, Nehe Nila Pimakashakwa, Nepwane Myaamia Mishine Pwantakanenge. So, hello everyone. It is really good to see you all here today. My name is Jarrid. I am a Miami tribal citizen and weaver in my community, and I'm a student here at Miami University. I will be graduating from the Masters of Environmental Science program in about 2 weeks, and as Daryl mentioned, I will be the first to graduate from the Aanchtaakia Fellowship program, and so I've been asked to reflect on my experience as an Aanchtaakia Fellow and my work that I've done through the fellowship program and how that connects to my academic work here at the institution and how that all connects back to community. And so I really want to spend time with what that word means, Aanchtaakia. So as Daryl mentioned, we translate that to change maker. And the idea of that fellowship is it is supporting a tribal scholar whose work is believed to have a positive impact on their community. And so it's something that I think I entered it with great weight and understanding what that word meant. But I didn't quite understand that that change that that fellowship would make would be very personal and lead to a lot of development in understanding not just who I am as a Myaamia person, but who I am as a Myaamia person in the context of Myaamia community. And so the work that I did as an Aanchtaakia Fellow was really to focus on reclamation and revitalization of Myaamia textiles. And it is work that I really wanted to do entering into a graduate program. I thought that work would lead me to a maybe anthropology degree or working in art history. But it was really thanks to the Myaamia Center community, and in particular Daryl, that guided me to pursue a Master's of Environmental Science. And through that program, I concentrated on applied ecology and conservation because a lot of the interests that I have with fiber and weaving connect back to Myaamia relations with land, that it was really important to gain that background in ecology. And so while this isn't really speaking about my work as a Master's of Environmental Science program, they do overlap, and I'll get towards that towards the end. But what I really wanted to impress with you guys today is the opportunities to do this revitalization work with textiles that comes out of being able to have access to the Indigenous Languages Digital Archive, and how that has supported my work, not just connecting language to the processes, but being able to actually do work that informs how Myaamia people approach these textiles. And so I have to give knowledge to where that knowledge comes from, and that knowledge comes from Myaamia women who cared for the knowledge of weaving in our community, And I really have to thank people like Scott Shoemaker and Megan Dory and others, Karen Baldwin, who have had access to Myaamia textiles, who've taken photos, who have shared the archive collections with me so I can get an understanding of what Myaamia textiles are. And so some of those pivotal pieces I've put together, they get their own slide because I think they are really important pieces for our community. There aren't very many of them that you might see within other communities, and so they carry a great weight for me. And so this piece here is Mikoonzakwa's sash held in the Luzerne County Historical Society, dated to about 1790. It is a finger woven sash, and we do have finger weavers in our community, weavers like Claudia Hedin and Christine Bauer. So that is knowledge that we have continued to practice. And we have other examples of this style of finger weaving. So Mishinguimija's sash, held in the Cranbrook Institute, which is not dated, but it's probably around that same 1790 era. But we also have other styles of weaving that have been dormant in our community and is part of the focus of my work in reclamation and revitalization. So this bag, which is probably made out of bison hair, that's held in the Canadian Museum of History, which predates 1790. We also have a fiber bag held in the collections at NMAI, which dates about 1860 to 1890. And we have another example of these styles of bags, but made with beads, also in the NMAI collections held or made about 1840 to 1880. And this really is the corpus of Myaamia textiles that are woven that I'm pulling from to start this work. But it's not just our community that had this material culture, we shared it with other nations. But we can kind of think back on why we may have so few pieces of our community's culture and weaving traditions. And so I really like impressing upon people this quote by Marquette from 1673 as he's visiting Illinois villages, which are our relatives, and some of them in this in this crowd today. And so the quote is, "Everywhere we were presented with belts, garters, and other articles made of the hairs of bears and cattle, dyed red, yellow, and gray. These are all the rarities they possess. As they are no great value, we did not burden ourselves with them." And so this idea that the things in the archives have survivor bias, things that people found valuable, and there are these parts that we may not even know the techniques used to make these colored sashes. But we do know what people around us were making, and that helps fill out what Myaamia people were doing, and we have language for some of these things. So although I don't have a bulrush mat to show you from our community, I have bulrush mats from other communities we share with, and we have a word for Alansuna that carries that knowledge that we made these things, and that these bulrush mats carry different ways of patterning and different techniques. Same with mutaya, so these bags that can be made in a variety of techniques. And where we have examples from our community, I've included, but areas that we likely made or shared material culture with, I've included examples from other communities. And it's really important to look at textiles all together collectively, not just looking at finger weaving, not just looking at bulrush sashes or bulrush mats, sashes, because all of these are related and carry iconography that speaks to each other, that pulls from same traditions and are made by the same hands. And so I've gotten some examples of comparing bulrush to different types of textiles that come out. So I wasn't really prepared for 3 screens, but I've got a laser pointer for one. So we can see how the chevron pattern that is in Mishinguimija's sash is being done in these bulrush mats, even though they're different textile techniques. We can see that the lightning pattern that shows up in many of the finger woven sashes is also part of bulrush mat weaving technique. Same with arrows, same with multicolor chevrons. And even when we get into other styles of sashes, such as netted sashes, these designs carry continuity with bulrush, even the plaids. And later, when beads are incorporated, they're carrying those same geometric forms. And even ribbon work and the newer tapestry twine bags all carry continuity. And so we can see how related all these textiles are to one another. And they carry that same kind of design work because they're made in similar ways. So a lot of our weaving traditions are made from these suspended warps, and those free ends allow us to move threads left and right, which allow those same kind of patterns to show up again and again, even if they are structurally different. And what I mean by structurally different is the actual cloth is made in different ways. And you can see these examples of a pattern moving a red stripe to the right, and how that is done in finger weaving, how that is done in bulrush, how that is done in netted sash work and the twine bags, and how these iconographies are carried over even if the structures themselves are very different. And so I want to go back to this bag held at NMAI, the Ake Motaye. So this bag is one that I focused a lot of attention on. And I think it is a really good example to show how archival work becomes part of this process of revitalization. I'm gonna go back to it to point out a couple things. And the first is that we have a couple of different kinds of yarns with this bag. So we have these blonde fibers that are vegetable fibers, and we have animal fibers showing up in the black yarn, showing up in the colored yarn. And so historically, these bags are made with bison yarn and a lot of times basswood. And that becomes really important because this knowledge that there's two different fibers means that when we approach our archival records, we can search for these things and search for ways that animal fibers and the language around animal fibers comes up. And we can do that with plant fibers. And so one of the things I did as an Aanchtaakia fellow was to go through the ILDA archives for our community and pull out language that was connected to textiles. And some of the, I think, really important things that came out of that is this pulling out language around spinning animal fiber and seeing that animal fibers, which are really short, are connected to an instrument of spinning, so a spindle, and the idea that these are being spun in different ways than the plant fibers. And so we can see language that is connected to not just spinning post-contact fiber, but the spinning possum and skunk fur, spinning those fibers that are connected to those belts and garters Marquette saw as he came through. But we also know plant fibers were being spun, and they are really long. They're not easily spun on a spindle, and they have their own technique. So one where it is spun by using a knee or your hand. And I hope you'll visit me over at my booth over there and ask me to show you that because I have fibers with me. But we can take that knowledge that comes out of those language entries, and we can think about how we talk about this history of cordage making. And I'm gonna focus just on these plant fibers as a way of walking through this archival work. And so I have two kind of entries that are based off the same observation of Hoffman in the Myaamia, or not Myaamia community, Menominee community in about 1896. And later, Sally Forelli, who is doing a thesis for academic work in 1973, about 100 years later. And you can see this game of telephone happening in academics, where the language around this process is changing, and there's really important things that get changed in ways that people are talking about our communities that no longer becomes true. So part of this, and I've underlined, this section gets added, that fiber is divided into two parts, still attached to the main hank of fiber. And so what that implies is this draft spinning technique with fibers that we're not splicing. And it changes and it slows down the work of revitalization when I come across these entries and I'm thinking this is how this process is done. But you look at who Sally Farrelly cited and who they cited and who they cited, and you find out that information really didn't come from anywhere. The same with saying that animal fibers were spun in the same way of bass fibers, so spun on the knee. And so that comes out of Hoffman's observation that the same process is followed in all fiber twisting, even the finest nettle thread, which gives no mention to animal fibers, but it gets translated later in time, which erases the spindle being used in Great Lakes communities, in part our community. And so understanding that these cords are spun on the leg, we can also find other examples of ethnographies later. And so when film comes into play and ethnographers are going out into communities, such as the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation or the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, and they're recording the women who are still practicing this. And so we can see that technique being developed and ask ourselves, is this a Myaamia process as well? And what's really interesting in this photo is we have a left-handed weaver, and we have a right-handed weaver and spinner. And so we can see how that process is being done. But also when we go into collections, we see objects made by left-handed and right-handed people. And that is really cool that the memory of the cloth kind of carries the idea that we can tell who the weaver was and how they were weaving. This is in part because those bags are a spiral. And so you know the weaver's working left to right versus weavers working right to left. Where that becomes really important is understanding that that process is informed by the way the thread is made. So when we talk and look at this example from our community, the example we have in NMAI, it might be wool yarn that's used for the animal fiber, but it's likely that they were spinning basswood. The weft threads are different sizes than the warp, and the top thread is quite a bit thicker than the remaining thread. And so it's very likely that the weavers were spinning their own yarn to be able to change the thickness, whereas if they were receiving trade items, it would have been pretty consistent. And so we can see the intention behind changing the thread. If you twine the direction that the thread is twisted, you're going to tighten the strings, and it shows up in a different way than if you twine or twist the threads the opposite direction. You'll get these ladders. And so we can tell that spinning becomes a really important process connected to the way that people are twisting fiber. And I think the best examples to talk about in hardware, that the screw is corkscrewed one direction, and it creates community knowledge that righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, and this becomes how we all operate. And so the same kind of happens with these threads, that they're spun in one direction, and so the weaver twists them into the work the same way. And so we can look at this and kind of see the twist direction, which way the threads lean, and even though I haven't seen this bag in person, can kind of imply that this was a right-handed weaver to get that same kind of twist direction. And so that's why it becomes really important to get beyond even just the archive work and spend time with these items. And so you may recognize these, Monica, but these are from the Idle Jorg. And it's just really amazing to be able to spend time seeing the weaver's hands in the process and what memories those kind of items hold. And so then it becomes important to be able to document and communicate that knowledge. And so again, working against some of that ethnography that tells us how our communities did it, being able to communicate and understand really how our communities did it. So when I first started, the biggest clue I had with how to make these bags was from Andrew Whiteford, who had included a diagram in, I think it's American Indian Art magazine. And if we look, we can see the direction that the twined thread lays. And so I made my bags that same way. And it turns out, when I actually got to spend time looking at better images, and thank you, Karen, for getting some up-close thread pictures, but being able to see it's done the opposite way. And understanding that there's an ergonomics that's imparted with repetitive motion and knowing which way the work is done. And so you can see a transformation in my work before I started at the center, before I had access to those language digital archives, and how that has informed my process today. And so taking that out of the archives and into community and what this has meant, one is getting a chance to study and be in our traditional homelands. So I grew up in Kansas, in a place that doesn't have the ecology and plants and relationships that are part of this textile process. And so that was really significant to come, be in the homelands and be around community members who could impart their parts of this process that are still in practice with them. And so being able to spend time at the Cultural Resource Extension Office in Fort Wayne, Indiana, to have Danny Tipman and the community up there teach me how to process basswood bark. And so it's this process of stripping bark from the tree, separating the inner and outer bark, to take that bark to water and to let water process that bark fiber through the bacteria in it, and have that a month later come out to be fiber. But it's understanding those community processes that can allow you to go back and look at other relationships and inform other materiality. So it's more than just basswood fiber. It's lininge, it's asapa, and then wakape, which is basswood. So it's milkweed fibers, dogbane. And then it helps us understand what these tools are that people tell us we use these as bark shredders, and that's recorded by ethnographers. But spinning that, that thread that is rotted in water, that doesn't really need to be processed any further. But if we boil it in ash and process it in a day, we do have to get that woody bits are. And so there are different ways that we process things throughout different times of the year where tools become really important. And so it's not a solution for every time we work with fiber, but it is a solution for ways that we can process fiber. And so that gets me into my work kind of with environmental science and understanding that these ecological relationships are in new contexts, not just with our communities not being on our traditional homelands or not having access all the time to our homelands, and understanding that there's invasive species, there's habitat fragmentation and disease. And so we can take these cultural knowledges of textiles or basketry and apply them to the new landscapes to help teach our community these relationships, but still engage in these new environments. And so I have a Bradford pear basket and honeysuckle fiber as examples of using invasives to continue to pass on this knowledge. And so the way this knowledge kind of comes back into community is through community workshops that I've been able to lead since becoming a fellow. So it's things such as taking on some of the existing finger weaving projects that the tribe has developed and teaching that in workshops, or coming up with new ways to teach some of these textile relationships. It's also been creating and starting some projects for community members to take on so we can start to learn how to break these other dormant parts of our culture into ways that can be taught and encourage people to continue to make these larger projects. And it's been engaging in public talks. So as part of the fellow here, I've been invited to talk to many classes, whether it's images of America, or the Contemporary Art Forum, or art across the curriculum, or even the biology department talking about the ecology of North America, or history, the introduction of the Miami tribe of Oklahoma. It's been given opportunities at the Carroll Cox Art Museum to talk at the Heritage Past, Present, Future Symposium, or at our tribe's winter gathering in Oklahoma. And so I really encourage you all to come spend time with me over at my booth and ask me questions about this work, and get curious about the fibers. Touch, textiles are tactile, so I really want you to experience that all. And I really have a lot of people to thank for this opportunity through Miami University, being at the Myaamia Center, the MU Graduate School, who's created this fellowship program, and the Institute for the Environment and Sustainability, which has given me the tools to engage with landscapes in ways that I want to for our community. And the Miami Tribe of Oklahoma, who supports the Myaamia Center, but also supported my internship experience last year. And so I'm really grateful to be able to present this work to you all. Meehtohseeniwinki.
Meehtohseeniwinki, that's exactly what we had envisioned that the Myaamia Center would be able to provide for our community, is that space to step in and do work like this and really engage, create, and really kind of learn things that we never thought could be learned again. And I think Jarrid has certainly exhibited that. This is that time of the day when people kind of get sleepy, so let's get up, move around a little bit, and our next one's at 2:15. And somebody's got my computer.
Yeah, I'm connected to it. People get real flustered trying to find their presentation, so I'm just loading it up and then they can hit play when they get here. I put a little clicker up here and nobody's used it. Maybe if I just kind of leave it there.
Okay, find your way to your seats. So the Myaamia Center has relied heavily on the Miami Tribe's Cultural Resource Office to help us with the programming, the community programming. And that's because the Myaamia Center in and of itself is largely responsible for the research and educational development, and the Cultural Resource Office in Oklahoma is largely responsible for community programming and the integration of some of these materials into the community. So we kind of are like a left and right hand in that effort, and that's evolved over the years. But our next speaker, Nate Poifer, is a special projects researcher from the Cultural Resource Office in Oklahoma, and also a graduate here. I assume you'll share that. And he's going to talk a little bit about the more applied side of language revitalization and cultural revitalization.
Aya, Aya Cheke, Te Pewe Ne Alaka Koke, Uaha Nunge Ka Kikwe. Papinjishian, can everybody hear me? Can I get thumbs up? It's hard to tell. Papinjishia Wainswane, Nila Myaamia. Hello everyone, I'm Nate Poifer. I am a project researcher, or project manager and special projects researcher for the Miami Tribe of Oklahoma at the Cultural Resources Office. This is my first time presenting. I know it's the 10th biennial Myaamiaki conference. I'm like to say Bishanewe for everybody showing interest in the tribe. I feel like I'm cutting it out. As I said, I'm a project manager for the Cultural Resources Office. I'm also, as Daryl said, a proud graduate of the Myaamia Center here at Miami University in 2020. One aspect of my job is not only the education of tribal members, but also the continuing self-education. You guys have seen all the presentations today. It's not just as simple as learning your culture and heritage and then that's it. It's a continuation of learning throughout your life. And I'm only 34 years old, so I'm not nearly as smart as a lot of these professors and doctorate people. So anyways, I'd like to start, from the early stages of research and to the education of tribal citizens, this process of educating each other has taken decades and decades to develop, decades of combined research and development. And this has resulted in numerous educational tools. If you all have been able to visit our table there on the far right, we have a lot of our publications over there. The Cultural Resources Officer, Julie Olds, likes to use the phrase, knowledge is responsibility, for our tribal educators and researchers to follow. I think this mantra, I like to bring it up every time I do a presentation because it guides the understanding and importance of our revitalization work, as well as the responsibility that we have to protect our nation and strengthen our linguistic and cultural knowledge. As you all saw with the Breath of Life presentations earlier, it's such a fragile frame of work, I guess, or the work that we do is so fragile because it can be lost so easily and it takes so much work to bring it back. So today I'd like to cover the knowledge that is being shared, how we're collecting that knowledge, who's conducting the research, what materials are being used, and what materials are being produced, and finish up with some information on our newest productions, one of them being Shapo Kaione, the Myaamia Portal, and the other one, Myaamia Kilsuke, which is a printed book about the Myaamia moon seasons and years. So moving on to Myaamia knowledge, there's always things in a presentation that make you nervous. This makes me the most nervous to talk about. It's so all-encompassing. I'm sure there's things that I'm gonna miss here, so forgive me if I do. Myaamia Nipwayoni means Myaamia knowledge, translates to Myaamia knowledge. The question of Myaamia Nipwayoni, it revolves around the collective understanding of ourselves as Myaamiaki, or Myaami people. how we eat, how we live, how we celebrate, how we dress, our language, our social practices, etc., are all aspects of Myaamiaki that have required extensive research and revitalization. That's taken decades, and it will continue to take further decades until I'm sure we have mastered it and revitalized it completely. The cornerstones of a culture are a collective set of beliefs, behaviors, ideas, practices, and most importantly, a common language. The inherent knowledge that our ancestors received from the teachings of community leaders and elders was a long chain of knowledge that was eventually broken through forced removals, the treaty-making periods, and death of elders. Time, I guess, took that from our community. Widespread diaspora as well. So the cornerstones of our culture were nearly impossible to maintain due to those factors. As a people living in different places, most notably Indiana, Oklahoma, Kansas, and every other state, maintaining a collective culture proved to be an insurmountable obstacle for Myaamiaki. As this time has moved further from our initial 1846 removal, and the gradual loss of cultural knowledge of fluent speakers dwindled. By the mid-20th century, the Miami tribe was operating almost in complete cultural and linguistic dormancy, outside of, as Daryl mentioned earlier, some very rare household occurrences of language use. Whether we're living in 1694, 1846, or 2024, Myaamia knowledge is every aspect of who we are as a people. Every aspect of our knowledge is a thread in a web of the overall Myaamia culture. Past and present, focusing on the present, Myaamia knowledge is based on a revitalized language and culture, cultural practices, and familial and sometimes regional practices as well. As I stated, we live in a large diaspora. And all of these things have carried through the years of removal and into modern times where communication and collaborative work has become a lot easier. The Miami language was completely dormant, as I referred to earlier, and referred to most, especially government entities, as an extinct language. And in many cases, we were referred to as extinct. But now, it's used regularly in Myaamia spaces. We have songs that we can sing. We stomp dance again. My daughter sings songs every day on the way to school in Meehtohseeniwinki. And the importance of that, I don't think can be understated. I don't know that some of our elders could have ever imagined a 4-year-old, singing in Meehtohseeniwinki 20 or 30 years ago even. And then as you saw with Jarrid and Allie's presentation, and with the work of many others, textiles and various art forms are being developed and made again. Excuse me. Our tribal social norms and practices are being used again, and the list goes on. When preparing the presentation, like I said, this was like the worst slide to prepare because there's so many things to talk about with the overall Myaamia knowledge. But finding it so difficult to explain Myaamia knowledge, I just kept thinking how all-encompassing it really is. I mean, you think about your American culture, your American knowledge, it's everything about you. So everything we do as a community and individually is our knowledge. We continue to develop and evolve as a community. Just like time has changed American culture, it changes us as well. And as a Myaamia person, when I do introspection on my own knowledge and identity, much of my knowledge is what I would explain as like a second generational taught knowledge. I come in the generation following people like Daryl Baldwin, David Costa, George, many others that have spent a lot of time reintroducing the language and culture and history to our community. And as time progresses, our ideals will continue forming our collective thoughts, our social practices, our norms, and our overall identity. Following the trends that have been happening the last 30 years or so, language use will play a significant role in our continued development as a community and forming our identity as well. And then I think this is one of the more complicated aspects of the process of research to household is how do you collect and interpret the knowledge that you're bringing into your community? Lost knowledge is the depletion of inherent and intergenerationally taught knowledge. As shown on the previous slide, lost knowledge is a result of the torn fabrics of our community, whether that be through removals, diaspora, boarding schools, death, or social integration. Collecting and compiling information about our tribal history, especially pre-removal, is particularly challenging due to limited resources and recorded information. And as you saw with Dr. Morrissey and George in the painted hide exhibit, we're so reliant on the help of others as well. So, old French documentation of Myaamiaki and Meehtohseeniwinki, or the Miami language, is based on French Jesuits and other traders, missionaries, word-of-mouth recollections from other tribal nations. And this is particularly challenging for us due to the fact that we have to interpret what their actual knowledge of Myaamiaki was. Are they talking about us? Are they talking about Anoka or Peewaalia people and think they're talking about us? So it's a long process of looking at our resources and our sources and interpreting them and their validity. I'd like to use an example. There's a guardian angel mission that existed near present-day Chicago, established by Father Francois Pérez in the 1690s. And this village was predominantly occupied by Myaamiaki, and luckily, Pérez recorded early Myaamiaki dictionaries. Excuse me. And these recordings have really formed a basis of a lot of our use of the language as well. So with that as an example, a lot of the old accounts and documentation of Myaamiaki and Myaamia ways of life are recorded somewhat in piecemeal form. And we've been able to tie a lot of these small pieces together to form a greater story and an educational foundation. So, and as we are an Algonquian-speaking people, we've also been able to form solidified understandings of cultural practices through our relationships with other tribal nations, the Peewaalia, for example. We've done language work with Shawnee neighbors as well. So our language and cultural practices especially have been solidified and bolstered through the use of intertribal relationships. American perception of history can be somewhat warped due to the shortness of our history in general. 1776 is the beginning of a lot of people's perception of time. But our removal was in 1846, and it's such a short time ago compared to how long we existed as a people. And as many have been trained to believe, it's a really long time ago. And to us, it's not. I mean, we're just a few generations removed from grandmothers and grandfathers and great-grandfathers that had no knowledge of their language and culture due to boarding schools and removal, diaspora, et cetera. And I would like to note, it's important to note that the written records of Myaamiaki simply do not exist before pre-removal outside of the perspective of French traders and missionaries, et cetera, because we didn't have a written language. So it's particularly challenging. Luckily, not for me. Daryl and David have to deal with the language work, but because of this, our research goes through a long process of verifying and checking validity of sources and things like that. So, the process of conducting historical research contains multiple steps. We begin with identifying our questions, what we want to learn about ourselves, aka finger weaving or language or what have you. And we begin with identifying our questions and what current literature exists about said topics. Then we collect primary and secondary sources, such as archival records, genealogical information, maps, journals, artifacts, and much more. Our once collected, the validity and reliability of such sources is analyzed. Sometimes, something may be labeled as Myaamiaki in an archive, but in reality, it's perhaps Shawnee or Wyandotte. Another nation. So, if the sources and information we find are considered valid, then we move towards organization of the information and addition of such information into our collective story. that we've been continuously forming for the last 30 or 40 years. Due to the massive human loss and catastrophic treaty and removal periods, physical artifacts, as you all have seen today with the painted hides exhibit and with some of Jarrid and Allie's presentation, they're much harder to come by. You know, they don't survive hundreds of miles of removal, death, 2 removals, and so having these physical artifacts has been much more challenging to come by. So, you know, having the relationship with Musée de Quai Branly, for example, is just so valuable to us. We're able to hold things that we actually made, and they're not replicas or something from another tribal nation. When you really think about it, every lost item destroys a story. You know, so when you only have 10 items, as valuable as they are, you lose so much with the thousands of others that have been lost over the years. So that's a huge obstacle in our collecting the, I guess, lost knowledge that we have with art and textiles. And the small number of artifacts that have become the framework of our communal understanding of art, symbolism, and cultural practices and beliefs have been so instrumental in us reforming our artistic and just textile-based work. And the process of regaining this lost knowledge is that of continued research and intertribal relationships. I think that's really important to emphasize. I'll probably emphasize it a few times, but you know, having Shawnee neighbors, Peewaalia neighbors that are so eager to work with us. We learn from them, they learn from us. And then there's trips to the National Archives, work with the National Breath of Life with Dr. Báez and Jerome Viles. Museum visits, shared knowledge with related communities, as I said, and many other aspects of learning have been utilized to create an understanding we have of ourselves and our ancestors. And then as a community, we are tasked with doing this continuous research to relearn the forgotten knowledge. I feel like I repeat knowledge so many times in this, but you think about if there's someone in your family that knows everything about your family history and you lose them before recording it, it's like that, but exponentially more. So I think that's really important to use that metaphor. I like to think of that a lot, as just how impactful it was over the last 150 years following removal. I'd like to preface this. A lot of the people that I'm going to highlight here are people that I know personally and have worked with. There's a lot of people left out of this. This is a fraction of the people that have done the collective research. But I'd like to start, to get to where we're at today, this is the 10th biennial Myaamiaki conference, celebrating a reinvigorated tribal community, decades of combined research and work required. Dozens of tribal members, Myaamia Center, and Miami Tribe of Oklahoma employees, and many scholars have worked tirelessly over the last few decades to recollect lost knowledge that our community once held. Language work done by Dr. David Costa and Daryl Baldwin, and now Jarrid Baldwin and Hunter Thompson Lockwood, is being used to reintroduce and teach Meehtohseeniwinki to our tribal citizens. George Ironstrack, Diane Hunter, Dr. Cam Shriver, and many others have worked to educate our community on the history of our nation, to fill the historical gaps that we've lost, which has also resulted in the creation expansion of our community blog, Achimotatiangwe and Achimwakiangonje, Stories from the Land website. Graduate student research as well, as you saw with Jarrid and Allie's presentation. There's other graduate students too that have done extensive work to contribute to the growing collective knowledge. Because the Myaamia Center has become a center for learning for Myaamia people, this research has resulted in countless others contributing over the years, as I stated, so I don't want to leave anybody's name out, but there's so many. It is important to note that a lot of this research would not be possible without the important relationships that are formed with the universities, Miami University for one, museums, national parks, and scholars throughout the United States, and in some cases outside of the United States, as you saw with the Musée de Quai Branly. And as you saw earlier, when when Dr. Morrissey, who's from the University of Illinois, has contributed greatly in our painted hides workshops. Jeremy Turner's here. I'm going to call him out. Wave your hand, Jeremy. He's done a lot of work with us hands-on in teaching us about brain tanning of hides. And these relationships, it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of time. You know, people drive 10 hours to Oklahoma to teach, you know, brain tanning and various other forms of, or traditional forms of either artwork or daily life. It goes without saying how much time and effort it takes to truly revitalize that. And once again, I'll start with this. This is a small sample size of what's been produced, but I'd like to go through a few of the things that have been produced resulting from the research of the Myaamia Center and in some ways the Miami Tribe Cultural Resources Office. Following the process of collecting and sorting research, as I just showed and talked about, the Myaamia Center and Miami Tribe have developed a variety of educational tools, various curriculum for educational programs, published materials, internet and web-based tools, educational tools and educational videos and CDs, and curriculum for educational programming that has resulted from the collective research of these aforementioned centers for learning. The revitalization of Meehtohseeniwinki has resulted in language-based publications such as the Myaamia Peewaalia Dictionary or the Miami, Illinois Dictionary, and phrases and greeting books that also contain language. This research has been implemented in the curriculum of educational programs such as summer camp programming, which I'll get into here in a little bit. But the continued growth of our language use within our community is the result of a lot of these educational programs and resources. Educational research has led, or historical research, excuse me, has led to the publication and dissemination of various materials. We have an allotment book, a removal book, and a lot of historical information on our community blog. The Earth and Sky curriculum on traditional ecological perspectives and the Myaamia Storybook educate our community on traditional worldviews of Myaamiaki. Web-based tools such as the websites that I've mentioned and the apps have also been used for the outreach and education of Myaamiaki. Language learning app, the ILDA dictionary, and I believe there's a table back there for the dictionary if you all are interested. And then secondary language learning apps as well. I know that we have a course on Memrise, but I think Memrise is being deleted. It's being deleted. Yep. Okay. So that won't exist anymore, but you know, as an example, it's been used. You know, people live in diaspora, people live far away from each other, and these tools have been instrumental in the language learning. Websites, I mentioned Achimo Tatiangwe earlier, the Myaamia blog, Achimwakiangonje, which is Stories from the Land, Kakisattungia, the Myaamia Digital Archive. Megan is here somewhere. There she is. Ask her about Kakisattungia, the Myaamia Digital Archive, and then Makikuia, Myaamia Ethnobotanical Database, which was in part created by Mike Ganella. They've all been developed to record the research of the results of their research, and these have the intent of educating the community members on Myaamia history, worldview, through the in-home learning environments that, especially post-COVID, are somewhat required for most people. Through the Myaamia blog, users are able to learn about Myaamia history, Myaamia ecological perspectives, our lunar calendar, current events and research, and other topics, whatever they may be, current events. The virtual library also provides printable resources for in-home learning. Achimwakiangonje, and I'll just quote, aims to help us understand and in turn tell the history of complex legal patchwork that has come to define Myaamiangi, the land of the Miamis. And this website, in part created by Dr. Shriver and others, contains information on the events, people, and places within Myaamiaki, so the traditional homelands and current homelands of the Miami tribe of Oklahoma, with interactive searches and maps. It's one of my favorite things to use if anybody's interested. You can see where people have lived, you can see what treaties have impacted land ownership and different things like that. Kakisattungia is the digital archive, which plays a big role in my current position with the tribe. It enables tribal members to access Myaamia heritage, such as museum collections and scanned documents, archival and historical documents. And then I'd like to touch just a little bit on the curriculum and educational programs that have led our summer youth programming. We currently have 6 themes that exist in our youth programming, one of them being song and dance, the second one being living on the land, family, earth and sky, games, and homes. These 6 various themes are rotated and through different cycles, and we have 4 different groups within our camps, one of them being A1 Zapata, which is for the ages 10 to 16. This was formed in 2005 as an overnight camp and then moved to strictly a day camp, Monday through Friday format for 1 week in 2011. Sakatcheweita for 6 to 9-year-olds. I worked extensively in Sakatcheweita, and it's for 6 to 9-year-olds, and that began in 2015. Myaamiaki is for a little bit older. It's for 17 and 18-year-olds. This is post A1 Zapata, pre-college education, and it's a little more individualized learning. And that began in 2021. Nesapata evolved from a parent-guardian orientation day camp to a full camp in 2023, and that is for kids pre 6 years old, so 5 and under. In terms of outcomes, I'm going to quote Kristina Fox on this. Tina Fox, and the results of these, she says, are we're consistently seeing youth feeling more connected to the community after participating in camp, and they all report having fun. Parents feel like their children are meeting the goals that parents have for camp. The youth also say it's important to know language and are excited to share what they have learned with others. I think that's instrumental in the continuation of a lot of the work that I've talked about. And then a brief reflection. I mentioned that I worked in A1 Zapata and Sakatcheweita as a counselor. Every year there's a continuing feeling as the camp goes on that a lot of our tribal youth by day 3 and day 4 are using the language more, they're feeling more and more comfortable. And I think, everything that we're doing as a community education-wise kind of centers on this, and it's exactly what we want. So I'm gonna move and give you guys a couple examples of, these are actually up there on the top left. That is our community blog that I mentioned earlier that has a wide range of historical research, resources and documents and articles, and then below it is the Stories from the Land website I mentioned. And then there on the right is kind of, it's what we have over at our table now, but it's the wide array of resources and printed materials that we've created over the years. And then I'd like to go in depth a little bit on Shapokaione, the Myaamia portal. The newest website created by the Miami tribe. This is entirely used to enhance distance learning materials and opportunities for tribal members. This portal will be instrumental. This website will be instrumental in providing Myaamiaki with courses, typically only accessible through in-person learning, most notably language courses. All things related to Myaamia knowledge will be put here. It'll be similar to the blog in some ways, except it'll have more interactive courses. The primary goal of this resource is to provide equal learning opportunities to all tribal households and locations, regardless of where people are located. Just requires internet access. This has become a method to compile all of the resources that I've gone over. And it combats one of the biggest obstacles, as I've mentioned, which is the extreme widespread diaspora that we suffer as a nation. The website has a feature for tribal members and non-tribal members to create an account. And by creating an account, you have access to various learning courses, and future courses will be available as well. For non-tribal members, there's only, I believe, one course, and that's for career development for K through 12 teachers. But for tribal members, we have 6 courses now. I think the most used one would be the Myaamia 101, which is our language learning. But there will be more in the future. And as of now, I don't think it's set up, correct me if I'm wrong, Tina, but we will have expanded resources and feedback for community members as well. As of now, it's more of a self-learning course, but there should be set up in the future for feedback and grading. And I should note these courses are set up for at your own pace learning. You know, as we all know, as life goes by, some people can spend 2 hours one night and not work on it again for another week. So it's really useful in that way as well. And then the future plans for the portal, I think Tina in the back, she can, Tina, wave your hand. I don't know if anybody sees her. Make sure you go over there. She'll be able to tell you a lot more. She leads a lot of the project work on this, but there'll be more course options, and as I said, grading and feedback as well. And then I do believe there's tentative plans for a Zoom class in the future. And then a brief reflection, I use the Myaamia 101 course, and I feel like I'm fairly well versed, but for at-home learning, it's one of the best resources I've used. So I think they've done a really good job on the portal. And then this is our newest publication. This is something that I've worked on personally, and Madeline Richardson has as well. She's hiding in the corner over there. But this is a printed resource that we created. It'll eventually be available as an interactive course on the portal. But right now, we printed, I believe, 3,500 copies of this. And this entire project was funded by ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act. I think many tribes, if not all tribes, have benefited greatly from this, but it was a stimulus package put together for tribes to enhance distance learning opportunities. So that was our main focus here, was creating a printed material that we could send to all tribal members at no cost, for them to learn about ecological perspectives, connect with their lunar calendar that they receive every year. And the ARPA Nujunge team, which I am the project manager for, Madeline, has done a lot of the design work. This book contains, I believe, 100 pages, 102 pages, 100 pages. And it contains information and ecological perspectives throughout the entire lunar calendar year, which, just to backtrack, Myaamia people, Myaamiaki, their worldview is of a lunar calendar perspective, not the Gregorian calendar. Our perspective, I should say. So every year, I'd like to backtrack a little bit. Every year, tribal citizens, every tribal household receives a Myaamia lunar calendar, a Myaamia calendar that uses tribal language, and it educates people on the different Myaamia months, seasons, and transitional periods. And we came to the idea, kind of a collective idea, that it would be nice for people to have a much more detailed resource to go along with that people could reference, kind of set on their coffee table, and as time goes by, read through it. The ARPA team, Madeline and myself, and various Myaamia Center staff developed the plan to create this publication, and I believe it took just under 13 months from start to finish. And as I said, we printed 3,500 copies, and we sent out 3,242 free copies to households. So I believe we're around 7,000 tribal members. Tara knows. 7,000? 7,109. So just under one per every 2 people. So I think that's something that we're really, really proud of. Every single household got a free resource to reference and learn. That's a big thing. I mentioned that earlier, that the cost of travel for people to come visit, the cost for people to go to a university and learn. This is a free resource, and I think it's something that it's one of the most proud moments I think of both Madeline and I's career with the tribe. The early stages of this project were to plan the creation of a resource that could be kind of used to teach households how to follow along with the tribal calendar, as I mentioned. But this book contains the work and time of 25 or more people. You talk about the historical work that stems from Tina Fox's graduate work, George Ironstrack. A lot of the stuff we used was from the tribal blog that he's done. And the graduate and thesis work of Mike Ganella and Joshua Sutterfield. And then further compiling of information done by our ARPA team was based on various historians' work as well. So photography in the book, hopefully you all will go over there and see it. It's a really beautiful book. It contains photos from Karen Baldwin and Doug Bukangi, who both are employees of the Cultural Resources Office, and Madeline Richardson and Myaamia Center staff member Jonathan Fox. Megan Sekulich and Madeline Richardson both contributed in various ways to the artistic and symbology-related aspects of the book, with Madeline being a source of the graphic design for the entire book. So when you go over there and look at it, it's really pretty. She's gonna get embarrassed, but like, she made it pretty, not me. I don't do any of that. So most importantly, Meehtohseeniwinki used throughout the book is used to enhance readers. Sometimes it's just comfortability, looking at a word over and over. But also we included a glossary as well for definitions and side-by-side learning. And then, as I mentioned, I think it's really important to note, you're talking 20 or 25 people with decades of research went into this book. And we were just merely a team of two compiling that information and working together to get this resource out. And then I'd like to finish, it'll take a second, but knowledge is responsibility is a big phrase that we use at the Cultural Resources Office. But I'd like to also go over a couple of my favorite phrases that I think really encompass everything we're doing here. The first one is by Mildred Walker, and it is Pewije Pembaliangwe, Eleje Ekwa, Mamawe, Epiangwe. And that is, we've traveled far, but we're still together. And if you sit on that, the meaning, it can have many meanings, but I think most importantly, if you look at what we have here today, nothing could encompass what we're doing today at the Myaamiaki conference better than that. And the suffering and, I guess, oppression of Native people in this country, I think that phrase, to me, encompasses everything for our tribe. And then Uaha Myaamiaki. Let's all do it together. Uaha Myaamiaki. And that means Miami is spoken here. And I'm not gonna go any further than that, because if you don't understand the significance of you saying that in this location, I think we've all failed as presenters. So, now that the language is back and it's not just a memory, I think both phrases, symbolize the hard work and dedication of people before me, of course, and the Myaamia Center specifically. And then I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the Breath of Life participation in this. There's a few members here in the front, and I think, Daryl mentioned Napwandingi, learning from each other. We learn from each other as tribal citizens, but it's a collective effort. We've got a Shawnee tribal member here. Jeremy's a Shawnee tribal member. Other tribes have contributed greatly in this work. I mean, you need friends in the world of revitalization. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that it's not just you all learning from us. We've taken so much from our neighbors and our relatives especially as Shawnee and Peoria. And I'll say this one more time, just so I'm not yelled at. I'm a little afraid, actually, that somebody's going to come up and say, you didn't talk about me, but there's so many people involved in this. You know, I've been a catalyst. I've put together a printed resource, but outside of me putting it together, this was the blood, sweat, and tears of so many tribal members. And I think that's it. So I'd like to kind of end with a Missionewe and, you know, Napwandingi, learning from each other, I think is the main phrase that I've been saying to myself all week. I think this has been a true gift to learn with the Breath of Life folks and everybody else who's been here. So, Missionewe.
All right, we'll need just a few minutes to get set up with our panel session, so now would be a good time if you want to stretch your legs one last time, and we'll try to get started right about 3 o'clock. A couple chairs up here?
I don't care either way. I'm happy to see
I don't really have exhaustive closing remarks.
What was that? I don't know, but I heard someone leaving the room going, Kochisapoe. That makes sense. They're coming. I don't know where Gabe is, but he walked that way, and I said, we gotta go to the front. He said, okay, and then he walked that way. Oh, he's right there. Come on up. Stay away.
Okay, a couple minutes.
Shayawiki, Mikando, no, keep on find a chair. So it's become custom for us to end our conference with a student panel. When I came to Miami University in 2001, I think there might have been about a dozen students. And today we have 47. And so we think we'll probably break that 50 mark here in the next couple of years. But it has been the growth of the students here at Miami that has largely driven the Myaamia Center, whether you realize it or not, because I've never really sat down and figured it out, but I actually think that half or more than half of the staff in the Myaamia Center, of which there's now 20, are actually coming out of our heritage program. So there's a saying in our field, you have to grow your own. And this is exactly what's happening. So this is always a pleasure to end the conference with this panel. Anyway.
Aanchtaakia, te pewe ne alaka koke wa hanungi kaki kwe, ma kunzakwa wains wa ane, nila Myaamiaki, me kemo ane Myaamia Nipoyona kaninge. Hello, everybody. It's so nice to be here with you all today. My name is Strass, and I serve as the director of the Miami Tribe Relations Office at the Myaamia Center. But I also get the privilege of working with our Myaamia students who attend Miami University. And so I get to see them on a weekly basis for the most part. I get to see their growth over 4 years and the impact that this program has on them. And we want to, the best that we can in the time that we have, share that with you all. Because I think the students who are graduating from our program, as you've heard, are future leaders in our community. And I think it's important for you all to hear from them what they're doing and what this program has done for them. So we're going to be asking them to share their stories a little bit. But we don't feel like it's fair to ask them to do that without doing it ourselves. And you heard a little bit from Nishima, my little sibling, about her story earlier today. But Haley and I grew up in Huntington, Indiana, within the homelands of the Myaamia people. And we certainly knew that we were Miami. Myaamia was not even a word that any of us would have recognized at that point. But there were a lot of things that were missing from that understanding of what that meant. And if you were here earlier, you heard that Haley attended camps in 2005, the very first year that camps were started in Oklahoma. Awan Zapata goes from ages 10 to 16, and in 2005, I was 17 years old. And so I didn't go to camp that first year. I didn't make those same connections. But we often talk about specific experiences that help students to kind of reconnect. And one of those for me was I attended the University of Notre Dame as an undergraduate student. And that allowed me to connect with many other Native students from other tribal nations. And that was my kind of first intertribal experience, and I saw that there were a really wide variety of experiences and challenges that Native students were experiencing in college. And even though my degree was in biology, I always had this idea that maybe working with Native college students is something that I would want to do. And so after working for a few years, I decided, hey, maybe I'll go back to school and pursue that path. And I came to the folks at the Myaamia Center to chat with them about what that could look like. Maybe you're experiencing a little bit of a theme with some of us here. But what they suggested was that I come here to Miami University to get my graduate degree. I had an assistantship in the Myaamia Center. Started full-time once I graduated. I guess, as they say, the rest is history.
Ayacheke, Kisha Kokwa Wayneswaane. Hi everyone, my name is Haley. I'm assuming most of you were here earlier and heard my story then. But if you didn't, you can piece together from what Nemisa said, from what my older sister said, and also just know I went to camp, I came to Miami University, got a PhD in psychology, came back to work for the center. So that's the abbreviated, right? And you might be wondering though, like, if Kara is the one who advises the students, what am I doing up here? So in my role as the director of the Office of Assessment and Evaluation, I also have the honor and the privilege of collecting research data with the students on campus. And so I have the honor of interviewing every single student before they enter the program about their identity, about what it means to be Myaamia, what their historical experiences have been. And then again, at the end of the program, we interview them. Same questions, we add a few just based on, their experiences that they didn't have coming into the program. But we ask them the exact same questions and we see how they change. Right? And so we can see these shifts from pre-test to post-test, as well as shifts historically across time as there are various things like COVID that happen and what impact does that have on us. So we can do the types of analyses on those data to see how our students are impacted by this program. And so the questions we're going to ask today are not exactly the questions we ask in those interviews, but they do parallel them quite a bit. So we'll go ahead and start with the first one. And I do want all of our students to answer these first two questions, but I want you all to introduce yourself. So feel free to share whatever you're comfortable with, but specifically your name, hometown, major, minors, year at Miami.
Ayacheke, Milonweeyoni, Santa Rosa, California, Meehtohseeniwinki. I'm a graduating senior at Miami this year, and I'm studying biomedical engineering. I don't have a minor. The major itself was quite enough, so.
Ayacheke, Michael Nehe, Mshingwimija, Wenzwiane, Zine Illinois, Eminutiane. I'm Michael. I'm a third-year biochemistry pre-med geography major.
Hello. Okay. Aya Mia Wayneswaane, Noblesville, Indiana, Eminutiane. Hi everyone. My name is Mia. I am a sophomore from Noblesville, Indiana, and here at Miami, I'm currently studying computer science, and I'm a double major in entrepreneurship.
Ayacheke, Wenzwane Sekakweta, Nehe Gabriel Tipman, Kikayonge, Eminutiane. I'm a supply chain and operations management senior here at Miami, and my name is Gabe Tipman, also Sekakweta, and I'm from Fort Wayne.
Ayacheke, Madison Wayneswaane, Canfield, Ohio, Eminutiane. I am a sophomore here at Miami University, and I am a nursing major.
That might be the first time they all did all Myaamia and all said a Meehtohseeniwinki for every single one, so Myawa Tepe.
Again, for the second question, we're going to ask you all to answer it. But can you tell us a little bit about what factors contributed to your decision to attend Miami University and be a part of the Myaamia Heritage Program?
I can start. I didn't have much going for me in high school. I remember that. Like my parents really wanted me to go to college, but I wanted to be a guitar player. They kind of gently let me know like that was not going to happen. So. I had heard about the Heritage Program from my aunt who had attended it earlier, and I had known that my family was Myaamia, but we were from California, so we had no notion of what that meant, and I really wanted to learn as much as I could, so I applied and I got it, and I was like, okay, I'll just do this, like, this sounds good, and yeah, so it wasn't like, it was just kind of the only option I really had, I felt like, for me to go to college.
Yeah, I think for me, it was also probably my only option. I mean, the scholarships here are good, and with the Heritage Program, that award really helps. And I'm also heavily influenced by my older sister, who's selling art over there. So she enjoyed it enough that I decided to come here too.
Yeah, definitely similar answers to both of them. I actually wanted to go to school in Indiana, but then I applied to Miami for marketing, even though that's not my major now, or that's not what I started in. But I knew they had a really good business and engineering college, and then I heard about the Heritage program, and that was something that was very interesting to me, and I'm forever grateful that I get to learn every day.
So I had the very fortunate experience of having several older siblings and older relatives attend Miami well before I was anywhere near college age. There's actually a first grade assignment that I had, and it's somewhere in my baby book, I'm sure. But it said, "I am going to Miami University." So it's because I got to be at the A1 Zapata camps and just around people where so much education and innovation was taking place at Miami University for our community that it was absolutely the only choice, both because I didn't want to go anywhere else and the program is just so great.
Same with Gabe here. I had an older sister who attended Miami University for college and also 3 older cousins who came here. So I actually came here for the first time when I was 13. So I've been coming here for quite a while, and the campus is beautiful, and I just thought this opportunity to work with the Heritage program and just have this learning experience was one that I could not pass up, especially since my older sister came home and taught us basically everything that she learned here, and it just seemed too good of an opportunity. Also, the nursing program here is a direct admit. So what that means is instead of going through freshman year classes and then applying to be in a nursing program, here at Miami, I'm already in the nursing program coming in, so I get more clinical experience longer than other colleges, so that's why I came here.
Newe. I'm just going to point out some themes that you might start to notice, which is that this experience is one of family and community. So I think 4 out of the 5 of you mentioned a family member having already previously come through the program, and that is true of most of our students at this point, and it's something that we reinforce throughout the entire program. So when the students come in from the very first day, when we ask them to introduce themselves, the way that we do that is by having them say, "Aya ewe malani," hello, my relatives. That's the way we start every single class. And I think that has a really big impact on our students and how they connect to each other, because from day one, we're reinforcing this idea of kinship among the students and our staff at the Myaamia Center.
So the students that come into this program often have a wide variety of experiences and connections with the Myaamia community, with some having none prior to coming, and others having been extensively involved in community programming since birth. And so I'm curious I don't remember which of you we assigned to these questions, but in what ways did you all interact with the Myaamia community and or your Myaamia identity prior to attending Miami University? And then also, how has that shifted since?
So I'm one of the people who didn't have any experience coming into it. I grew up north of Chicago, and that's kind of separated from the Indiana, Ohio, and the Oklahoma areas. So I didn't really get much experience with anything tribe-related until Megan came here. And then she would bring home bits whenever she would come back from school. And then once I came here, it just kind of grew from there. So some of the things like going down to Oklahoma for winter gathering was a really big thing. Just spending all that time with Myaamiaki, and going into things like stomp dance and doing a lot of those social dances really was cool for me to experience for the first time.
Well, like I said earlier, I have an older sister who came here, so she was kind of like the tether that tied me to the tribe when I was young. I got to go to 2 of the A1 Zapata camps when I was 13 and 15. So I got to experience some forms of tribal culture and what I got to play, like Mokasina and Meehtohseeniwinki. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. But And so I got to do those things, and I got to participate in the games and the culture. And I remember the one I went to was living off the land. So Daryl took us on a nature walk, and he showed us all of these things that we used and still can use today for health benefits or whatnot. And so I kind of got to experience that part when I was young, but I didn't fully understand really what I was a part of. I was just like, oh, this is fun. This is cool to be a part of, but I didn't really know like I do now. Kind of like the weight of being in the tribe.
So I'm interested to hear a little bit about before you arrived here at Miami, what you expected to learn and how your experience is similar or different from what you initially expected.
I'm not really sure what I expected to learn. I knew that I'd seen people enter the program having very little experience with the language and with the culture going in, and then coming out, it was like they were on fire with it. They were speaking the language, they were coming to family gatherings and like, oh, Aanchtaakia, you know, like really pumped up about it. So I didn't know exactly what it was they were learning, but I was so in. I really wanted to just learn as much as I could. And I think as much as I enjoyed our in-class learning, I think more of the knowledge that really stuck with me was the stuff that we got to share in community outside of class. It was the dinners that we'd have after class, or before class, you know, whatever it was, and playing some lacrosse and Meehtohseeniwinki, or even the some of the slang terms that we'd come up with in Meehtohseeniwinki, like just fun things like that, where it was more about the community learning and less about just looking at a slide and trying to memorize a word. It was more about the people that went with what we were learning.
I expected to learn the language and culture, but I didn't realize how hands-on it would be. I came to class the first day. It was, Chinguya was teaching our language class last year, and I was ready to take notes. I thought we were going to have like quizzes and tests like structured like any other class would. But it was actually very interactive. We got to learn together through the language, and even this year when we're learning about the history and culture and art, and we get to really do more interactive things with other members of our tribe, learning together. So like last year we got to make our own story and share it with the class in Myaamiaki. And this year we get to design a t-shirt based off of what we believe what it means to be Myaamia through our perspective. And it's kind of tying everything in that we have learned here, and I just didn't expect it to be that inclusive and that
hands-on. So that's a common story. A lot of times folks will say, I kind of expected it to be like just the same thing as A1 Zapata and Sakachaweta, and that is not it at all, right? There is the thing that tends to stand out to most students is what Gabe was talking about, that community, right? The connections is what makes our students successful. So, yeah, what has been your experience with the courses themselves, but then also the advising and staff support that you receive through the Myaamia Center?
I mean, first off, just really like the classes. They're usually fun, and the content, I want to learn about it. I think coming in freshman year, we did ecological perspectives, and we were all assigned a tree around campus to kind of watch throughout the year. And the one I was assigned was the bur oak, Mishinguamisha, which ended up being my Myaamia name. So having that connection is really cool. And I think the language unit with Chinguya, that was all really fun, and all the immersion we did with that. And even this year, learning about sovereignty and some of the other stuff, kind of taking a more holistic look at the tribe and everything has been really interesting. And then as for advising, having access to an advisor outside of like a normal academic advisor, just somebody you can go to and kind of talk about whatever, has been a very privileged thing to have here. And I mean, for me, I went in one day to Kara and asked about getting a job on campus, and now I'm an employee at the Shriver Center. So it makes everything very easy, and it's definitely a very privileged position to be in as a Myaamia student.
Yeah. One thing I'd like to say is anybody out there who knows young Myaamiaki, bring them to as many events as you can, because a lot of the staff at the Myaamia Center, I got to grow up around. You know, most of them knew me when I was like 5 years old, and so like Daryl is Nusa. You know, he's not just an authority figure. He's my dad. You know, and I grew up going to camp and seeing a lot of the folks who work in the center now, and that's really reinforced that family connection, because we are all related. We are all family. So I think that's been a big thing with the staff there. I'd also like to give a shout out to Bobby Burke. So she was all on right there. Yes, Ihia. Hiya, Bobby. Missionewe. There's a lot of students who've graduated from Miami University from the Heritage Program who owe a lot of their success, even just getting through school, to Bobby. She's really supported a lot of our students, and it's that kind of love and support that I think everybody else at the center has tried to replicate through that support for the students. And I think we see that through the student room that we have set up with, you know, there's snacks, and it's a Myaamia environment to be in. It's really cool. So it's just very built up to support Myaamia individuals, not just any students, because it's important to recognize the differences there and the different needs that we as Myaamia individuals have.
I will also say, besides them, like, technically being your professors, they're always just a community of people you can go to. I will say last year I definitely cried in George's office about calculus because I was not doing well. But they're always there to like support you and help you, even if it has nothing to do with the classes that we're learning through the center. They're like just the most caring like people that you can go to. Definitely, even though they are advisors and professors, they're always there to just like look out for you and make sure that you're doing as well as you can.
I too cried in a few offices, so don't feel bad about that.
So as I mentioned at the beginning, many students tell us that they have some sort of specific experience that makes them think differently about their Myaamia identity for having gone through that. So if you're willing to share, what experiences have you had that have shifted your perspective?
For me, the most formative experiences I've had on campus so far through the center have just been, like Gabe was talking about, actually outside of class and learning and creating things. So like sewing my stomp skirt and learning how to stomp dance and making a lacrosse stick last October with Doug. That was super fun. Probably just like the out of class experiences where you actually get to learn from like the like knowledge is responsibility to be passed down, and learning and like obtaining that knowledge has been probably the most formative experience. And then it's also super cool that I get to tell everyone on campus like what I've learned and the things I've learned at the center. So I always feel like that has definitely been the most formative experiences I've had.
I don't think there's one specific experience I can pin down. It's more of an accumulation of everything that's available. Being able to go to Winter Gathering and participate in A1 Zapata, and then there's additional, we had a trip one time where we went and just drove up the Seven Pillars and visited several cemetery sites. And there's just all these extracurricular things available to you that if you want to do it, you can. They're optional, but they shouldn't be. I feel like you really... I've gained so much knowledge and everything I understand about being Myaamia has really been through interacting with the community on campus and the wider community back on the reservation too. I remember in Aanchtaakia, they were telling us like, you got to teach these kids, we're going to do this activity, you make sure they learn this. And I was sitting there like, I didn't know this. Like, I'm learning all this incredible thing, just new information always. Being able to interact with the community, I think that was really important to me. And then being able to bring that back to my family too has meant a lot.
I know I already mentioned the thing about my tree, but that was a big thing for me because it didn't, I don't think it necessarily shifted my perspective, but it kind of established my perspective because the tree is also what kind of the only ancestor I knew, Mashingo Misha, that's what he was named. So kind of getting rid of that abstract thought about just an ancestor and making it, oh, he was named after this tree, and seeing that connection to Myaamiionge. I think that was a really big thing for me for just like establishing myself with Myaamia.
My team has dubbed this the catalyst events, right? Like we have certain events that students go to that seem to just allow students to take off in their identity formation. It's just this springboard. And I'll comment on the making things mandatory. The second you do that, it shifts the attitude of students, right? It's like, I get it, and also, we want you to be there because you want to be there. Some things are mandatory. We also are kind of blowing through time, so if more of you want to answer, that's cool. No pressure. But, the heritage, we are all people with multiple identities, right? We recognize that all of us in this room, right, have many identities. I'm not just Myaamia, I have a lot more. And therefore, my Myaamia experience informs all of those other experiences I have, and vice versa. So I want to hear from you all, right? Like, how does the knowledge you learn in the Myaamia Heritage course change the way you engage with other life experiences, things like classes, jobs, extracurriculars, and then vice versa, right? How do those other experiences influence what you learn or what you seek out in the Myaamia Heritage course or in the tribal community?
So I think it's important, like I kind of downplayed the class and highlighted the community aspects of everything else. The class itself is the backbone of our learning here. Like that's every week, not everybody, the seniors have to work on their projects, I get that. But mostly everybody gets together in the community on campus for a class to be together for an hour to learn and talk together. And I really think it's just that small introducing the freshmen as they're coming into these people they don't know, to this community they don't know, possibly an identity they don't know, and just really bringing them into the fold. And I think that's something that I've really taken away to other aspects of my life. Is it's okay if the place that I'm going to work doesn't have anything to do with the Myaamia community. Like it's just a job. But within that, I can still be a Myaamia individual at that job. I can still be Seka Kweta. And I think that's really shifted how I view a lot of the other parts of my life, because I think growing up, going to Aanchtaakia, it was a week or 2 weeks if we were doing the one in Fort Wayne also, of just all Myaamia. And then for like months after, my sister and I would be speaking way more Myaamia than we would throughout the year. And then there'd be another little spike after some event, and then we'd speak more and it'd kind of fade out. So I think being able to be in the classroom setting year round and get to see it through the seasons and get to see it with the Myaamia lunar calendar being brought in, and the ecological perspectives and the language and the history, just really bringing it all together, making that full picture makes it a lot easier when we go out to non-Myaamia spaces and to say, no, I'm a Myaamia individual in this space. So I think that's been a really impactful experience.
Going off of what Gabe said, I definitely think that for me, I had a little bit of a different experience. Like, I didn't know basically anything what it meant to be Myaamia before I came to Miami. So definitely, like, it has shifted my perspective on how to learn something you've never learned before while also, like, creating your identity. So I definitely think that, like, being able to approach learning in a different way and just being so excited about learning has never been something that I've been excited about, to like go to class and learn something that I have no idea. But I always find myself like being excited to go to class, seeing all the people that are in the classes. Mia's back from study abroad from last semester, and she's turned into one of my best friends just by going to class and learning with her. And I definitely feel like it's changed the way that we are friends, but also in the best way because we get to learn together in and out of the classroom. We definitely do arts and crafts way too much, and right now we have been loving beating hats. We've been doing that way too much, but we're having so much fun. So I definitely feel like it's changed my experience of just like being friends with people that are also Myaamia students as well, but in the best way possible. I also think I have a very like unique perspective because I'm also a tour guide on Miami's campus. So every time I introduce myself to all my tours, I'm like, oh, also I'm a Myaamia student. And then sometimes people know, sometimes people don't know, but then on almost every single one of my tours, we go into a rabbit hole like, okay, what does it mean to be a Myaamia student here, and what are you learning, and all that stuff. So I always think it's cool to share with like some of my professors, people who are on my tours. Then also, if they come to Miami, it also prepares them to learn more about the relationship with the tribe and the university. So that's probably definitely how it's changed, like the way I learn and share my learning. But yeah.
To kind of go off what Mia was saying too, it gives you, and Gabe too, it gives you almost like a sense of confidence when you walk around campus. I don't know if anyone else has felt this too, but just being able to look around and see the things in your life that you've been learning in class and understand that these are places that our ancestors have walked, and these are plants that we used to interact with every day, especially for ecological perspectives unit, and then being able to see other Myaamia students on campus and interact with them and speak to them in Meehtohseeniwinki on this campus, I think has even like instilled just a little bit of confidence in myself and my classes and sort of the direction I want my future to go. I know almost everyone in my department, it's engineering, so it's pretty like strict, but they have like their jobs lined up. They're applying for med school or flight school. And I'm like, you guys are crazy. Like, what are you doing? I can't. I'm so like tired at the end of the day, and you guys want more of this, but it's sort of helped me see that also being able to understand myself better and see that I don't really want to go to med school or do all that stuff. I want to kind of explore myself more and this identity I've developed by being able to go to the Heritage program and learn through that and continue that process. I feel like I'm just dipping my toe in. And yeah, it's been pretty exciting, I'd say.
I will say one more thing. What Caleb said, I definitely feel like, yeah, okay, hello, okay. Oh, okay, perfect, sorry. I will definitely say like the confidence about like walking around campus and also like getting to know the people in your classes definitely has made me feel like better going to like extra events with the center, like, or going to winter gathering. Like, I didn't feel uncomfortable or out of place because I'd never gone before. Like, the first time I went definitely was a like exciting experience, and I never felt like, oh, I don't belong here. I felt very welcomed, and like being able to go with like the people that are in your classes definitely like had a lasting impression.
So I think one of the things that we often find is that we try to educate the entire campus about the Miami tribe and this relationship. But when I run into students who know about it, more times than not, it's because they know one of our students. So our students are our best ambassadors out there across campus because they're in classes with students, they're living in residence halls with them, They're creating these friendships that allow them to teach about what they're learning. So mission Ewe to you all for that service that you're providing us. So this is our last question, and if you all feel comfortable, I would love for all of you to answer it. And that question is, how do you think your life would be different if you didn't attend Miami University and participate in the Myaamia Heritage Program?
I actually think about this a lot, funnily enough, because the direction of my future was really uncertain, and I thought I was going to be an MMA fighter at one point, and then a guitar player. Like, I just wanted to do everything, and none of it involved going to school. So I think if I hadn't gone to the Heritage Program, I still would have ended up at some college. But I probably would have, I came here really nervous I was super nervous about getting health insurance, but when I graduated, I don't know why. So I was like, I gotta get a good job, right away, right out of the gate, just stability, that's what's important. And I think I would have ended up in some, engineering job I didn't like, just for the stability, and really not being able to explore this part of myself that it just feels so necessary now.
I think, first of all, I would be a lot more in debt than I could be. Still probably would have went to school, but would have felt a lot worse out after I left. And I think being able to just be here, with my older sister being here always, that's nice sometimes. And then just also the people I've met, my friends and inside or outside of tribe, I think that has been very special for me. And I don't know, I'm just glad that I did come to Miami, especially with the program.
I will say you heard 4 out of the 5 say that their family has came here before. I'm the lone dog that did not have any family that has come to Miami, except one of my aunts, but she's not Myaamia. But I definitely think for me, my life would be completely different because now I have a deeper connection to being Myaamia and also sharing that with my family who is Myaamia but never got the chance to have that opportunity. So I definitely am way closer with my aunts and my uncles and my grandpa for sure. My grandpa calls me every week and it's send me pictures what you're doing in class. And so I send him a selfie of me and Mia with our beaded hats on. Or he loved seeing pictures from Winter Gathering. I probably sent him 100 and he was like, did you take any more? I was like, Grippy, I was there for 3 days, not a whole week. I'm also being a counselor this summer, which they live in Fort Wayne, so I'm sure I'll see him when I'm up there, and I guarantee you he's gonna be scrolling through my phone like it is nobody's business. But definitely that relationship with my family and the tribe, also just being able to really lean into this identity and something that I associate with and I really love associating with, definitely would not be the same. Also, I wanted to go to school out of state, but same thing like Michael, I probably would not have been able to afford it if I was not in the Heritage Award.
So I have the unique experience that I actually took a couple years away from the Heritage Program and away from Miami. So I got to live and work after having been in the Heritage Program for a year. And so, to be honest, my life didn't change too much. I still went on the winter gathering trip that winter, and I was still making visits to come and see my friends. A lot of my best friends have been from the Myaamia community and from the Heritage Program. And to be fair, I'd also likely still be at this conference here today, just not at the table, right? But it's hard to imagine not having this in my life. This program, this community has always been there, and that community would have still been there if I had never attended the program. I just might not know as many people as I do now. So I think it's important to recognize that this program and this community serves a lot of our people in so many ways, so many ways that we don't even know. And even if not all of our young people are going to attend Miami, they're still going to benefit from it. And I think that's important to recognize the community that we have here.
My life would definitely be very different if I didn't come here and be a part of this heritage program, not only because I get to experience it with my sister. Fun fact, I'm a triplet, so she's in the same grade as I am. So we get to have that kind of connection and that deeper level in our relationship. And then also I wouldn't get to meet all of these great people or even meet you guys here today. And like you have to think about this kind of program does not happen anywhere else. It is such a rare thing to immerse yourself in so many aspects of your culture like we get to experience here. So just having that kind of unique opportunity was just very, I was very fortunate to be able to have that. And also we get to go home and teach our families what we learn here. We're not just the students. We get to go home and I teach my mom, who's not a part of the tribe. It's from my dad's side, but she loves it. She's like, "What did you do today in class?" And then my older sister who attended was like, "Oh, what did you do today?" And then we tell her, and then she's like, "Oh, I love doing that. Like, I remember when we got to do that, and they changed it a little bit. They tweaked it." And so just having those kind of flashbacks from her perspective, and then we get to add on to that kind of knowledge within just my own immediate families. It's a very good opportunity.
To kind of go off what Madison said too, I was being able to come back and teach your family everything and seeing them get excited and involved is one of the, I think, greatest things. We've actually, my family's been able to get enrolled in the tribe now, and that's been a huge deal, at least for my mom, who has known about this history for a long time and was never really able to, had the means to explore or learn about it. Yeah.
So I think that you all are now more aware of this experience of our students. And you heard from several of them that, and I really appreciate the honesty that the financial aid waiver is a big part of this program, and we don't want to gloss over the fact that Miami University is very generous in offering a tuition waiver to our students. And that kind of lures them here in a lot of ways, and we're so lucky for that to happen. But we have two main goals of our program, and that is to connect our Myaamia students with each other and with the Myaamia community, and to connect them back to our Myaamia knowledge system. And I think that these students gave you the perfect perspective of how that is being lived out in their experience. So I just want to say Minohsayaki, and I hope that you all will join me in thanking them for being here.
Well, there's nothing in my closing remarks that is even going to come comparable to what they communicated to you, so I really appreciate the panel. So here we are. We're at the end. So we spent a day of sharing and looking at new areas of research, looking at the breadth and depth of the various activities that are happening in the center. And it's not because of one individual, it's because of a collective, and I hope that you got that from really all of the presentations. It's about coming together, working together, sharing a vision for something for the future. It's actually pretty simple when you think about it. I wanted to first start by saying Minohsayaki to all of my speakers. Thank you from my heart from being here. And
I work with the best group of people I've ever worked with, and that's the staff of the Myaamia Center who put this conference on. So give them a hand. I want to thank my relatives that are here today, Minohsayaki, and my colleagues, friends, new people that are here that have never been here, tribal leaders. There were some tribal leaders in the National Breath of Life group. I really appreciate that role of tribal leadership. And I'm grateful for the relationship that we continue to nurture here at Miami University, keeping that fire going, tending that fire. And I hope that you've all just enjoyed the presentations today. We try to be somewhat informal, give lots of breaks, give lots of time for people to interact. And so I'm going to leave you with some time to revisit the tables one last time, visit our art tables, and just relax and be with each other for a while. I think Kara was going to make some announcements. Is that? Oh, you.
All right, so while Daryl said that we're at the end, we are at the end of the conference, but not of necessarily all of the activities that we have planned. So I might work backwards if you'll allow me. This evening we have a reception at the Richard and Carol Cox Art Museum for our Myaamia community and invited guests. So they have been very gracious, and a couple of our colleagues, Jason Shaman and Jack Green, are in the audience, and they are keeping the art museum open late for us so that you all get a chance to go see the museum after the conference, since we asked you to be in here all day today instead of over there seeing the exhibit. So you will have a chance to see the exhibit, talk with some folks who helped to curate it, and there will be a reception, some hors d'oeuvres and things over there. So we hope that you'll join us at 6 p.m. So that leaves us with about an hour and a half, but we have a couple of things to fill that space. As Daryl mentioned, please go around to the tables, talk to our artists, talk to our speakers. But in about a half an hour, we are going to have some makerspace activities and some games upstairs in the Heritage Room. That's where we had breakfast this morning. So if you all will come join us for a few different activities. But there are two other things that are going to happen during that time. The NOT team would like to connect with some of our alumni of the Myaamia Heritage Program. I believe that they've tried to talk to some of you individually, but if they haven't, please stop by and chat with them about what they would like to do. And similarly, we want to get a photograph of all of our Myaamia Heritage Program alumni who are in the building. So that's going to be the first thing that we do. We're going to meet out in the lobby so that we can take a photo outside. And then my last announcement is I think we have about a half an hour before the bookstore closes. So if you want to get over there to explore the Myaamia Heritage Program, or the Myaamia Heritage Collection, you have just a few moments to do that. So if any of you have any questions about these activities, come find me, come find one of our staff, but we hope to see you at the rest of our events throughout the evening. Missionewe.